Good evening. I'd like to call the April 8th, 2014 Longmont City Council meeting to order. This is a regular session. Could we please start with the roll call?
Yes, Mayor Coombs.
Here.
Council members Bagley. Here. Christensen. Here. Finley. Here. Levison. Here. Moore. Here. Santos. Here. Mayor Coombs, we have a quorum.
Okay, let's stand for a Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Anyone wishing to speak at first call, public invited to be heard, will need to add his or her name to the list outside the council chambers. Only those on the list will be asked to speak at first call, public invited to be heard. Speakers who do not place their name on that list will have an opportunity to speak during the public hearing items this evening, or at final call, public invited to be heard on any item at the end of the meeting. So now we have to approve the March 18th minutes. Councilmember Finley.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. I move that we approve the minutes.
Second.
It's been moved and second. Let's vote. Jeff? Okay, that passes 7-0. Okay, now we need to approve the March 25th minutes. Councilmember Finley?
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. I move we approve those minutes as well.
Second.
All right, the minutes have been moved and seconded. Let's vote. Sarah, do you need to vote? Okay, that passes 7-0. Hey, Valerie, are there any agenda revisions or additions?
Mayor Coombs, there are. General Business 11A, which is the 2014 legislative update, was added after the original agenda went out, but it's been posted and published. And then we need to pull consent agenda 9C from the agenda tonight.
Okay. Okay. Is there a report from the city manager?
Yes, Mayor and Council. We're going to ask Jim Golden to come up, and the bond sale occurred for the broadband bonds, and I wanted him to update council on that item.
Mayor Coombs, members of council, I'm Jim Golden, Director of Finance, and this morning we did hold the public sale on the electric and broadband revenue bonds. There were 10 firms that submitted bids to purchase the bonds, which is a very strong response. The range of bids that we received were an interest rate high of 3.41% to a low of 3.06%. So the low bidder was Hutchinson, Shockey, Early and Company, which is out of Chicago. That low bid was more than 7 basis points better than the second lowest bidder, so that's a pretty good thing for us. The maximum annual debt service for the bond is $3.717 million. When we talked last to you 3 weeks ago on second reading, we were looking at a potential interest rate of about 3.35%, an annual debt service of $3.82 million. So we came in at about $100,000 per year less than those projections. The final bond structure is a par amount of $38,035,000 and a premium of $2.285 million. That provides the city $40,320,000. Of that, $37.5 million is going to the project construction for the broadband project. $2.36 million is for capitalized interest payments over the first year and a half. And then the remaining $135,000 is for bond issuance expenses. So we were able to sell the bonds without a debt service reserve requirement, which saved us about over $4 million of potential debt service costs over the life of the bond. Well, we did not choose to secure bond insurance, but the bidder did choose to purchase it at their own cost. While we did not attain the higher rating that we desired, there were very few A-rated bonds available in the market today, which may have helped our cause. But still, the 10 bidders is a very encouraging sign that there's a strong interest in Longmont's bonds, and that'll be helpful as we go forward throughout the year with some other debt offerings that we may have. So overall, I think it may or may not be a vote of confidence in our broadband effort, but it certainly can be seen to be one for our electric utility. So I can answer any questions you might have.
Anybody have any questions? I think that was a great outcome. Councilmember Bagley?
No questions, just that's phenomenal news as you hear those numbers. It means you personally got it right, so good job. And then I know you had a team, way to go, be humble, but I mean, just good job. That's awesome. And
Thanks.
And I always say that there's indications that people don't want to live here because the housing's so cheap, but that's a good indication. That what you just said was a big vote of confidence in markets that say, you know what, Longmont's an okay place. We're betting on their future. So all good news. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, I guess we'll now have Dale Rademacher introduce the local contractors who are instrumental in assisting the city during and after the September flood.
Mayor Combs, members of council, I'm Dale Rademacher, Director of Public Works and Natural Resources. And first of all, thank you all for coming to the little reception that we had today. You know, we thought this would be a good time to take a little time out in this marathon of recovery that we're in on recovering from the flood, and to show our appreciation as certainly as staff, and I think as our community, for the many contractors who have come to help us and help our community recover. And so, Mayor, if you would like to sort of step through some of those, what we're going to be doing as you do that is we do have certificates for each of them from the city. And I don't know, we may have one rep come down from each company and maybe try to do a big group photo. So we'll see how it goes. Let's see if we can roll through those acknowledgments of all the different companies and have a good time with that.
Okay, great. So as we approach the 7-month mark of this historic September 2013 flood, the city of Longmont is making great strides in repairing our community damaged infrastructure. Today, I, along with the rest of the City Council, would like to acknowledge several contractors and companies that have played a vital role in our flood recovery efforts to date. As I announce each company, I would ask any representative in attendance to please stand for recognition and acceptance of your company's appreciation certificate. Council and members of the audience, I'll ask that we hold all the applause until the end of the special presentation. Okay, Fred. Are you ready?
Yep.
Okay. For their service in the residential debris removal, EcoCycle, Lawson Construction, Excavating, Helping Hands, Republic Services, Waste Connections. If you can all come down. When floodwaters receded, affected homes and businesses were left with mountains of trash and debris. Our city sanitation divisions responded immediately, but was quickly overwhelmed and did not have the resources to meet this massive demand. These companies provided services to help our residents begin cleanup efforts by offering roll-off dumpsters, trash hauling services, and large equipment to clear severely damaged neighborhoods and businesses. Many of these companies worked outside of their normal operators and brought in extra crews to help Longmont, providing services well and above and beyond the norm. We give you our sincerest thanks.
Great. And I don't know, yeah. So what we'll do, everybody, is at the end, after we go through all of them, then we'll have a group photo. But thanks for coming down, getting your certificates, and most of all, thank you for all the work. Okay.
Okay, for their services to protect our bridges, L&M Enterprises. L&M Enterprises quickly mobilized to remove flood debris around several bridges over the St. Vrain and Left-Hand Creeks within Longmont. The work also included the removal of the debris which had become entangled on an above-ground steel sewer line just south of Boston Avenue Bridge, as well as the removal of a very large steel shipping container which became lodged within Main Street Bridge. This debris proposed an immediate threats to life, public health and safety, and public infrastructure, such as roads, bridges, and utilities. This project was aggressively pursued, and L&M Enterprises completed all work by the end of October 2013. Thank you, L&M Enterprises. for their services in emergency road repairs, Asphalt Specialties and DeFalco Construction. Almost immediately after the flood, Asphalt Specialties was called in and mobilized to repair extensive damage to pavement surfaces on Pike Road, 9th Avenue, Airport Road, and Hayden Court. Their work, along with DeFalco Construction, consisted of immobilizing a total of nearly 1,800 tons of fill material, topsoil, and also asphalt over a span of 5 days. Thank you, Asphalt Specialties and DeFalco Construction. Excavating, or Easy Excavating. Equally as quickly, Easy Excavating began repairs to 119th Street at the St. Vrain Greenway underpass. The floodwaters and undercut of the road had washed away the embankment in several areas. They worked tirelessly over a span of 2.5 days. The road was reopened to traffic just after lunchtime on September 19th. The reopening of 119th Street was an important achievement in that it restored the central north-south transportation link for the regional connectivity between Longmont and other surrounding communities. Thank you, Easy Excavating. Taylor Corns. Many areas of Button Rock Preserve, home of the Longmont Reservoir and Ralph Price Reservoir, were severely damaged during the flood, including access roads to these important pieces of our raw water infrastructure. Taylor Corns is currently working to reconstruct the Ralph Price Reservoir Spillway Road to the top of Button Rock Dam. By restoring this access, crews will be able to transport large equipment to Ralph Price Reservoir and begin removal of debris which otherwise would pose a threat to the structure and areas downstream, including Longmont Dam. Thank you, Taylor Corns. For their services to protect and restore city's facilities, Moltz Construction. Prior to the flood, Moltz Construction was already mobilized at our wastewater treatment plant constructing the new Headworks building. The day after the height of the flood, city staff called upon Moltz to operate their equipment to construct localized berms to isolate the plant from the floodwater. This work allowed city staff to begin pumping out process building basements and get the plant back online. Moltz Construction helped the city with our flooding issues first, even though they had major flooding on their own work site to contend with. Thank you, Moltz Construction. Sturgeon Electric. Once the floodwaters had subsided, Sturgeon Electric arrived on site at wastewater treatment plant and quickly began filling a critical role, troubleshooting, remediating, and repairing a wide variety of electrical equipment and instrumentation over the next 2 weeks. A majority of this work was dirty, strenuous, and very labor-intensive, in the worst of conditions that many have ever seen during their career. The work Sturgeon Electric did was highly effective and done in a safe manner, which contributes to bringing the plant back online after only a few days. Thank you, Sturgeon Electric. Blue Sky Restoration. Blue Sky Restoration helped minimize flood damage to several personnel buildings at the wastewater treatment plant by mobilizing cleanup crews on September 16th. This helped prevent prolonged unsanitary conditions in the buildings. Blue Sky also arranged for temporary office trailers by September 19th so plant staff could work more efficiently at the site. In addition to their work at the wastewater treatment plant, Blue Sky also provided cleanup crews for the city's park campuses on Sunset Street. Sig Brothers. Sig Brothers is in the process of completing flood repairs at the Sunset campus. including building, fencing, and landscaping restoration. The Sunset Campus is home to our park division, and that staff has been scattered in temporary work locations since the flood. They look forward to moving back this month. Thank you, Sig Brothers. For their services to complete sewer repairs. Rain for Rent and DeFalco Construction. The week following flood events revealed the collapse of the sanitary sewer interceptor under the St. Vrain Creek near the Harvest Junction Shopping Center. Rain for Rent responded to the city's need for emergency bypass pumping by providing a pump and personnel when inventory was scarce. They also diligently provided 24-hour watch and fueling services from December to March. Holy cow. Meanwhile, DeFalco Construction constructed 2 sewer interconnections for the city to relieve the emergency pumping operations. DeFalco persevered through several state permitting issues and provided excellent customer service to the surrounding businesses in the shopping area. Thank you, Rain for Rent and DeFalco Construction. I love that name, Rain for Rent. Should move to Seattle.
They wouldn't sell anything.
Sunbelt Rentals. Sunbelt Rentals provided sanitary sewer bypass pumping services during the debris removal at the Boston Street Bridge and the Main Street Bridge. When the debris was removed at Main Street, unexpected damage to the sewer crossing was identified. Subsequently, Sunbelt extended their contract and they continue to provide uninterrupted services. Their efforts have maintained sewer services to the surrounding neighborhoods and commercial areas. Thank you, Sunbelt Rentals. For their services in park and trail repairs. DeFalco Construction. An irrigation pump station located at Catamota Park was destroyed by the flood. This station was utilized jointly by the city and Burlington Elementary School. DeFalco Construction was called in to demolish the heavily damaged pool and Catamota Park and stabilize the bank. Thank you, DeFalco Construction. Hines Irrigation. Hines Irrigation has worked closely with both the city and school district staff to design a new irrigation pump station that will service all needs. Thank you, Hines Irrigation. L&N Enterprises. L&N Enterprises has repaired damaged concrete and soft surface trails in several locations within our parks and along segments of St. Vrain and Left-Hand Creek greenways, including reconstruction of the St. Vrain Greenway pedestrian underpass at Hover Street. They also provided significant efforts to remove debris from the trail corridors. Their work facilitated the reopening of several flood-damaged trail segments and parks, much to the delight of the Longmont residents and visitors. Thank you, L&M Enterprises. Waterford Construction. Waterford Construction has replaced or reset damaged fencing of various kinds in our parks, including steel railings and grates on the St. Vrain and Left-Hand Creek trails. They were challenged to match existing conditions and work in tight trail areas. They did an excellent job completing their work to accommodate the city's desire to open repaired trail segments as quickly as possible. Thank you, Waterford Construction. For their service in aviation, Lyle Aviation and Mile High Skydiving. Over the course of September 12th through the 15th, these two companies flew 16 support missions for city, providing critical aerial surveillance that helped us strategize activities on the ground. They also carried personnel from the National Guard, Army Corps of Engineers, FEMA, and the Governor's Office, local and national news media, and neighboring communities of Lyons, Boulder County, and Weld County. Thank you, Lyle Aviation and Mile High Skydiving. for their support to restore our water resources. Garney Companies, the flood damage severely damaged our North St. Vrain pipeline, a key source for Longmont's water supply. Sections of the pipeline were torn apart and destroyed, and remaining segments were clogged with mud, limbs, and rock. Garney Companies repaired this essential pipeline and imported approximately 3,700 tons of backfill material to restore the cover over it. By September 20th, 2013, the city was able to pull water through the pipeline for the first time since the flood. Thank you, Garney Companies. For their, let's see, we need to go to the next slide. For their work in emergency flood mitigation. CAP excavating and demolition. In the immediate days following the initial flood impacting our community, flood waters continued to flow outside the banks of St. Vrain Creek west of Longmont through several Longmont neighborhoods. CAP excavating quickly responded to the city and county's request to cut a channel across Hygiene Road that worked to divert the floodwaters back to the St. Vrain Creek channel and stop the flooding through the Longmont neighborhoods. Thank you, CAP Construction and Demolition. It was just amazing to see how the neighborhoods, that water just went down, you know, a foot and a half just immediately after you made that cut. I mean, you could really see the effectiveness of that. And now, I would like to ask Dale Rademacher, Director of Public Works and Natural Resources, to introduce the dedication awards and final recognition of the evening.
Thank you, Mayor. And we're about through all these, but we did sort of save for the last one of our local contractors who I'm proud to say I've known for, at least 30 years, and a good Longmont High graduate, class of 1975, so he's a good guy. So, gotta go there, right? Happy Trojan. So, this special dedication is for Scott Nix, who has literally been with us from the first day of the flood. And the calls to Scott, for some reason, he took the toughest projects, I think. The ones that any of us that went up and looked at some of these things just wondered, how in the world are we going to make this work? But before we really gave him a hard job, we had Scott working out in these neighborhoods, removing some debris. And, you know, I'm pretty happy with the way that our community was able to get into the neighborhoods that were so severely damaged and get that debris out quickly and restore some sense of peace and some sense of ordinariness back to the neighborhoods as quick as we could. Scott was a big part of that, along with many other contractors that you heard earlier. So I think Scott actually demoed did you demo the pump station at Kanemoto, or was that the Falco? Well, I can't keep you guys straight. So, did you do the pool? Nope. I didn't do the pool either. All right, well, we'll move on to this one then. Oh, man. We'll have to change the inscription. What? Oh, my gosh. Fine, we have to let him. I don't know. What do you do? Needless to say, County Road 80 and Longmont Dam, 5 miles of roads essentially gone, literally gone, obliterated. And you know, the picture on the top left, that's what it looked like. There was nothing there. And here's Scott and his guys coming in on Road 80, and you know, we were wondering how we were ever going to get through there. So I don't know if you laid awake at night, but we were sort of wondering, how are we going to get up to that reservoir? And on top of that, how are we going to do it in 30 days? And he did it. He got us there by November 23rd, and we were up to the reservoir. So here's the culverts that, again, just amazing amount of the power of the flood up in that canyon. And that little backhoe, or excuse me, that little dozer, on the far picture in the top left. I got a lot of work to do just to get the earth moved back over that. And then the bottom right is setting culverts across the St. Vrain. in order to carry the runoff this spring. Those will be removed and ultimately replaced with concrete. So here's looking down on County Road 80 after Scott had gotten through that area and reconnected back to the bridge. And you can see there was still snow on the ground. That was early November, mid-November probably. But he met the task. And so he did such a good job at that, we said, well, what the heck? Would you like to dig out a reservoir while you're there? So, Longmont Reservoir was full of rock and debris up to and above the top. And so Scott gave us a bid on that, and once again proved that he's got the know-how to figure out how to get these things done and how to get it done quickly. And so we got the reservoir back on. It's back online. Needless to say, that was just a monumental task. Upwards of 50,000 or more cubic yards of material removed out of the reservoir. Here he is replacing the pipeline. We said, oh yeah, by the way, if you go a little further beyond the reservoir, we've got a pipeline that's out. Can you do a little pipeline work while you're up here? And sure, we can do that. We'll get that done. So this was our bypass. This was the first water that we were able to get coming down the north pipeline before we can get the reservoir done. And then just to top it off, he's still working out on Airport Road right now. This is a shot of the St. Vrain. It sort of looks like a landing strip, but that's the gravel debris that's being removed upstream of the Airport Road Bridge, which has been a great concern of residents, in particular on the west side of the city, to know that we're going to get the capacity reestablished. And so Scott has worked very well with the Zweck family. You guys must know each other. I think you ran into each other over the years, so that helps. That helps, and is doing a great job of that. So, on behalf of the city and the council, we do have a plaque that I'd like to present to Scott, or the mayor present to Scott. I don't know the right protocol. I haven't actually done this before. Take it around. Okay. All right. Come around. Maybe the whole council.
Yeah, I'm the whole council. It's a team effort. This is way too much. Very cool.
You can add it to your collection.
Never again. We don't need it.
Okay, all right, okay, I'll stand.
Come on, Smiley, get up there. Come on, get over here, Paul.
Okay. You do one more. Right.
Can you send us a
Higher quality. Absolutely. Maybe after we're done with that one, if the other, if like a one rep or so from the contractors, the others want to come on down to, we have them all from there. Yeah. Maybe it's like Grace.
Just put them down.
Yeah, come on down. Everybody's sorry.
I want you to most down. You can help me sort of land. From right here. That's why rather than spreading them wide, we kind of spread it maybe 3 deep.
Come on in. Come on, 3 deep.
Yep.
Come on, Jim, squeeze. All right, just like high school, everybody.
Let's start right here.
Smile.
Okay, here we go. 1, 2, 3.
Now where are we looking?
This way.
Oh.
Go this way. 1, 2, 3.
Hey, look at Scott. Look at the reporter. Panoramic, Scott. You have an iPhone.
Very good. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Here we go.
Yeah, because you want the money one. My chips Yeah, I'll figure it out.
So Mayor Combs and Council, I think that was a great way for Longmont to show our appreciation and gratitude, and I'd be remiss if I didn't also very sincerely acknowledge the work of our staff in working in partnership with all these contractors. And by staff, I mean across this entire organization, and working tirelessly, and probably at a level I haven't seen in my career. And as I said early on, we're still in a marathon, and so we will continue to forge ahead, but we are making progress.
So, Mayor, I would like to add to what Dale said. I think whenever you engage in any type of work, you always strive for teamwork, and you want to see how that really comes together and perform as the optimal team. What we went through with all of the contractors that have worked with us and the staff that's worked with them across the organization is it was ultimate teamwork. And I can say without a doubt, without each and every person in the organization and everyone working with these contractors, we would not have been able to accomplish what we did. And from my perspective, what I can say with all of those folks behind me and the ones that aren't here, on those nights when you would get home and you would go, man, how are we going to do this? You actually got to sleep because you knew that they were there and they were willing to do it. And so teamwork like I've never seen in my career. And I can say without everyone involved, who knows where we would be. So I would like to extend a heartfelt thank you to, again, all the staff and all the contractors that have been there to support our community and ultimately support our residents as we move through the recovery process.
Well, you sure saw examples of that teamwork in the emergency operations centers when all the staff people and volunteers just showed up in droves to help out down there. I mean, you saw it coming together, and I can't tell you how proud I am of this city and how proud I am to be a mayor of a city that has this quality of people and staff and contractors and citizens. So thank you.
And Mayor Combs, Scott would like to say just a few words. I think he's almost Dirk Clinch, so he would like to, if you could indulge him.
You embarrass me like that. Yes. You know, I can only say, echo for the guys that all did this work that, you know, we all got paid for it. It was all, of course, low bid. It was all fair, and we appreciate the work because it's really helped out our industry. And yet, I had a man that worked for me, Tony Dodero, which was instrumental on all these different projects. So every crew has got their individuals who are on the jobs. I mean, we come for the meet and greet, and those guys like to kind of stay a little more hidden. And we really appreciate what the staff has done. They've been excellent to work with. They've been fair. They've been diligent. They put in a zillion hours. You know, they live and bleed and die for the city. So some of the dedication I saw for some of the water resource people were 24-hour shifts for days on days, and those guys, you know, the weight of everybody's health and safety was on their shoulders. They were making decisions. So, of course, we had some silly ideas to help solve some problems, but but they were the ones that were ultimately, running the show. So I can only say thank you to all the staff, and thank you to the city, and thanks for embarrassing me. These guys all deserve a plaque, too.
Thank you, Scott. Okay, I guess next we'll hear from Olga Bermudez, Children and Youth Resource Staff, about this next item.
And Mayor Coombs, this is the Youth Council Sticker Shock Project.
Okay.
Right. So let me get the PowerPoint. Good evening, Mayor Coombs and members of City Council. My name is Olga Bermudez, and I work for the City of Longmont at Children and Youth Resources, and I'm one of the staff liaisons for Youth Council. So currently, we're working on a sticker shock campaign. This is a collaboration between the Longmont Youth Council and Boulder County Healthy Youth Alliance and law enforcement, so Longmont Police Department. We're working to prevent underage drinking, alcohol-related injuries, and accidents that are often associated with proms and graduation. As you guys know, May is graduation time, and now, first week of May, last week of April will be prom time. So we're going to see a lot of kids getting really excited and getting ready for their celebration. So this project aims to reach those individuals over age 21 who legally purchase alcohol and then provide it to a minor. The campaign consists of youth design stickers being placed into multi-package of alcoholic beverages and going to the stores and putting the stickers on the alcoholic beverages and putting some posters, like 11 by 14. So Youth Council member will visit some of the stores during the week of April 28 with adult chaperones. During the visit, they will place the stickers on the packages and hang posters. We would like to invite you, City Council members, to participate in this event by being one of the adults with us when we visit the stores. Today, I have several of the Youth Council members with me, and they have prepared a presentation regarding this issue. So I would like to invite them to speak now.
Remote works, right?
Mayor Coombs, members of the council. My name is Reed Sutherland. I represent Niwood High School, and I'm here with the Longmont Youth Council. So, Sticker Shock was a project brought to our attention by the Boulder Healthy Youth Alliance, and the data on the slide in front of you. The data on the slide in front of you is taken from the Boulder County Youth Risk Survey. This is a survey conducted every 2 years, and it's conducted on students in the St. Vrain area for these slides. So as you can see, over 65% of students who took the survey, and this is out of 9 schools surveyed, reported having drunk alcohol in any period of their life. And 20% of that are kids over the age of 13, which is a very young age to be starting to drink, as teens in general. And out of all these people who were surveyed, 38.8% of them currently report drinking up to the time this survey was conducted. The data is from 2011. Of all these students, over 20% of them report binge drinking, which is an issue that binge drinking can lead to more issues down the road. Alcohol at a young age presents several problems down the road.
Hello, my name is Mohammed and I go to Silver Creek High School. I would like to share with you some data about drinking and driving of youth in Longmont. As you can see in front of you, 7.3% of the St. Vrain students who have taken the Youth Risk Behavior Survey reported that they have ever drank and driven afterwards, and 17.4% reported that they have ever drove with a drinking driver. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Steve Mao. I attend Niwot High School, chairman of the Youth Council. The data in front of you is national data of how youth access alcohol. So that should give you an idea of where our local students are accessing alcohol. Our local surveys don't collect that data, but they should give you a general idea. And CDC reports that the majority of where youth access alcohol is from people aged 21 and older. So we believe by targeting those who are 21 years and older and can give access to the youth, we can create we can limit the access overall.
Good evening. My name is Fred O'Brien. I also go to Niwot High School. So, in the process of a person above the age of 21 buying alcohol from a minor, there are two parties involved, and one is the person who is above the age of 21, and we're going to refer to them as the adult, and the minor. And so, the minor, being in possession of alcohol, has three offenses. The first offense being a fine up to $250 and some form of community service. In the second offense, fines are increased up to $500, and community service is asked of them once again. And lastly, in the third offense or more, it causes imprisonment, causes them to go to jail, or a fines up to $1,000. Now, for the adult who's buying the minor alcohol, there are also major implications because it is categorized by a class 4 felony. And being a class 4 felony, it could be defined and convicted by penalties of 2 to 6 years in jail and fines up to $500,000, depending on the severity of the case at hand and how many people they supply. And this incident could happen anywhere from parties that people host to backstreet alleys to just sharing alcohol to a minor. And therefore, we want to limit this problem. And so with Project Sticker Shock, we really want to address this issue in the city, and we're taking specific action steps in order to address this issue. And so first, we were brought upon this idea from the Healthy Youth Alliance of Boulder County, and therefore we took an implementation method in order to look how this data was impacted by the St. Louis district, and how the people, the students, within the district themselves reacted to such situations. And now we're in the process of communicating with local retail alcohol shops, such as Lucky Liquors and Fox Creek, thank you very much, Fox Creek. And they have agreed to partake in this big campaign in order to raise awareness of underage drinking. And so therefore our next step is contacting the media in order to actually raise awareness. And we would really like to see your support, youth member, Mayor Dennis Coombs, and everybody from the City Council. And we would really like to see you come out in our event, which is going to be on January 26th at a location to be determined, and to come out and support us in our efforts. Not January, I'm very sorry about that. April 26th. I'm very sorry about that.
What time?
The time and the location are to be determined, and further information will be given. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
What you see in front of you is the poster that we plan to hang or present around stores, and the other image you saw before was a sticker that we were planning to place on the alcohol containers. I just want to say some final words. Mohammed before me stated that 7.3% of students surveyed reported having drank and drive, and we honestly think that this is a problem. That's 7.3% more than we'd like to see. So we think it's a community problem, and that we can tackle this as a community. And I'd just like to say one more time that we love the support of the City Council and Mayor Coombs at the event. Thank you.
Well, thank you for coming and presenting to us.
Mayor Coombs, your next item is a Parks, Recreation, Trails Master Plan public participation incentive drawing. Kathy Crone is here.
Okay. Well, I'm giving away my...
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I'm Kathy Crone. I'm a project manager with Public Works and Natural Resources, and I'm here for the Parks, Recreation, Trails Master Plan, which is on the consent agenda later on the agenda for acceptance. I'd just like to take this opportunity to thank all the community participation we had during the 18-month process that we worked on the plan. Each time someone came to a meeting or a workshop, their name was put in a hat for a drawing to win a family recreation pass, which is worth $674. So I have all the names in a hat, and I'd like to come up and have the mayor draw a name for the winner.
Don't look. No looking. Look around. Close your eyes.
Cindy. Eli.
Yes, Cindy Elia.
Cindy Eli.
Let's not be present to win. Keep going.
So thank you, Mayor. We've drawn Cindy Elia, and they don't need to be present to win, so I'll be sure to be in touch with this participant. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kathy. Okay. So next we have a proclamation designating the month of April 2014 as Parkinson's Disease Awareness Month in Longmont. I guess accepting the proclamation are the board members of the Longmont Parkinson's Support Group. Are they here tonight? Oh, okay, great. Okay, so I'll go ahead and read the proclamation. Proclamation designating April 2014 as Parkinson's Disease Awareness Month in Longmont, Colorado. Whereas Parkinson's disease is a progressive and degenerative neurological movement disorder that has unique impact on each patient, and whereas there are more than 1 million Americans diagnosed with Parkinson's disease, and an estimated 17,000 Coloradans are living with Parkinson's disease, and whereas symptoms include rigidity, tremors, difficulties with balance and speech, and cognitive issues, and whereas the cause of the disease is unknown, the cure is not yet determined, and the standard treatments do not stop the progression, and whereas increased education and research are needed to help find more effective treatments with fewer side effects and ultimately a cure for Parkinson's disease, and whereas a multidisciplinary approach to Parkinson's disease care includes local wellness support and caregiver groups, and whereas it is important to recognize the effect of Parkinson's disease on citizens of our city and state so that we may gain a better understanding of their needs and bring about greater hope for cure. Now therefore I, Dennis L. Coombs, Mayor, by the virtue of authority vested in me and the City Council of the City of Longmont, do hereby proclaim April 2014 as Parkinson's Disease Awareness Month in Longmont, and I invite all citizens of the community to support those with Parkinson's disease in the hope that a cure will soon be found. So you want to come forward and I'll present.
Get in the pick at RTD, get us some training. Go ahead. Yes, everyone.
It's not all screens on there.
Okay, everybody look here. Do one more, okay?
And another one after that. Here we go. Sean wants to.
Look at Sean.
1, 2, 3.
They're going to go ahead and do that.
I'm glad the photographer didn't say smile, because one of the symptoms of Parkinson's is a very steely face. We would like to thank Mayor Combs and the City Council for recognizing April as International Parkinson's Disease Awareness Month and helping us bring awareness about Parkinson's disease to the public. You read a lot of it already, so I'm going to skip around a couple things here, but as we continue to live longer, Parkinson's disease is expected to increase significantly. Next 15 years, they expect it will be doubling the number of people who have Parkinson's. Right now, every 9 minutes, somebody is diagnosed with Parkinson's. Our goal is, although Parkinson's disease is not fatal, complications from this disorder are the 14th leading cause of death in the United States, and most importantly, there is no cure for Parkinson's. Our goal of the Longmont support group is to make as many people as possible aware of Parkinson's disease and its implications on our community. This month, as part of our activities, we're going out to service organizations, senior citizen centers. We've gone out to Erie. They're in our community, and we also have with us tonight from the PARS group, which is the Parkinson's Association of the Rockies, is the executive director, Cheryl Seaford. She's afraid to stand up. Again, we have the many faces of Parkinson's disease, and we thank you for joining us to help raise awareness of Parkinson's disease. We've given handouts to everybody, 10 symptoms of Parkinson's, and on the back is our mission statement, and most importantly, a lot of our upcoming events. We will appear at the fairgrounds for the farmers market at least once a month, handing out materials to people. Mayor, I'd like to thank you and the council again.
Well, I'd like to thank you all for coming out and being part of this presentation, so thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so next we have a proclamation designating April 9th through 20th as Community Food Share Food Drive Weeks in Longmont, Colorado. So Molly Kevaney, Chair-elect of the Community Food Share, is she here to present, to receive this? Oh, okay, you're going to, okay, great. Would you like to, before I'll go ahead and read the proclamation first, and then you can come take the mic. The proclamation designating April 9th through 20th, 2014 as Community Food Share Food Drive Weeks in Longmont, Colorado. Whereas hunger denies dignity, lessens human energy, and erodes community and family stability, and impairs the potential of people and societies to achieve, and whereas Community Food Share exists so that those in needs in Boulder and Broomfield counties have enough to eat, and whereas in the Longmont area, Community Food Share distributes over 7.8 million meals and 3,786,306 pounds of nutritious food in 2013, 49% of the total food distributed in 2013 through 17 member agencies and through their own direct distribution program, and whereas Longmont citizens are very generous and compassionate people with a long and strong history of support of Community Food Share,
in its 33 years of service to our community, and whereas the Longmont Times Call is the sponsor for the 26th Annual Community Food Share Hunger Hurts the Whole Community Food Drive in Longmont from April 9th through April 20th, 2014. Now, therefore, I, Dennis L. Coombs, by the virtue of authority vested in me and the City Council of the City of Longmont, do hereby proclaim April 9th through 20th, 2014 as Community Food Share Food Drive Weeks in Longmont. And I invite all citizens in the community to be aware of the special and vital services provided to the hungry in Longmont by Community Food Share, and to donate food and dollars with a generous spirit for those in need. So,
thank you, Mayor and City Council members. I'm Jim Baldwin. I am not Molly Keaveney. I'm CEO of Community Food Share. And first of all, I want to thank you again for this proclamation. I would like to invite each of you to come out and see our new facility. Many of you may know that back in August of 2013, we moved from our Niwot facility, which was a 22,000 square foot facility, to a 68,000 square foot facility in Louisville in the Colorado Tech Center. While we're a little bit further away from Longmont, that does not deter from our ability to serve Longmont, and we're committed to continue to do that. This year, we're on track to distribute about 8 million meals into our community, and it's been a tremendous privilege to be able to serve the community. The new facility was somewhat fortuitous. We moved in August, and then the flood happened in September, and Community Food Share had the larger facility, had the capacity to take in food, and immediately start giving food out to the disaster assistance centers, as well as allowing flood victims come directly to our facility to receive food assistance. So we are thrilled with our larger facility. We look forward to the community support again. Thank the Times Call for their many, many years. I think they've been sponsoring the food drive from the beginning of time. And we want to thank the community for, again, their generous and compassionate support. And we look forward to a very successful food drive again.
thank you, Jim. Would you like to come forward and...
We'll wait for it to clap or come out.
No, clap now.
Okay. Give a solo clap. Thank you.
I don't think I've ever remembered doing 3 proclamations in one meeting. Okay, so now we have a proclamation designating April 2014 as Fair Housing Month in Longmont. So Carmen Ramirez, Community Relations Program Coordinator, and Susan Spalding will be here to accept the proclamation. So I'll go ahead and read the proclamation. Proclamation designating April 2014 as Fair Housing Month in Longmont, Colorado, whereas April 2014 marks the 46th anniversary of the Federal Fair Housing Act of 1968, which affirms the right of every citizen to obtain housing of their choice regardless of race, color, sex, religion, national origin, disability, or family status, and whereas the state of Colorado law also affirms the right of every citizen to obtain housing of their choice regardless of race, color, creed, religion, sex, sexual orientation, and national origin, disability, marital status, or family status, and whereas these laws prohibit discrimination and harassment in all aspects of housing, including sales and rentals, evictions, terms and conditions, mortgage loans and insurance, and land use and zoning are all vital to ensuring Longmont is a welcoming and inclusive community where everyone can belong. Now, therefore, I, Dennis L. Coombs, Mayor, by the virtue of authority invested in me in the City Council of the City of Longmont, do hereby proclaim April 2014 as Fair Housing Month in Longmont. I invite all the citizens in the community to be aware of this vital program. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm Carmen Ramirez. I want to thank you for the proclamation this evening. I apologize, I have a little bit of a cold. But we also gave you a flyer on a fair housing workshop that's going to happen tomorrow night. And we have Jim Whiteside, who's the enforcement chief for HUD's Denver Office of Fair Housing, that's going to do a presentation. I also want to take this opportunity to highlight my colleague, Susan Spalding, because she's really the heart of the landlord-tenant education workshops that she does every month. So I want to highlight her and have her tell you a little bit about the landlord-tenant workshop, and we also hope that you'll join us for that fair housing workshop that we're going to have tomorrow night at the Senior Center. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. My name is Susan Spalding. I'm the Community Relations Specialist for the City of Longmont. I'm in the Office of Community and Neighborhood Resources, and a great deal of the work we do through our office is landlord-tenant work. In order to create the most excellent environment possible in this city for the 2,500 more or less landlords and the 40 to 45% of our population that lives in rentals, in collaboration with the police department, our department has started a landlord training, Longmont landlord training that we do every month. Every April, we celebrate fair housing with a fair housing presentation, and I also want to invite you to our second annual landlord fair that we're going to have at Roosevelt Park in June. We had a fair last year, and it was a great deal of fun, and we'd like to invite you to come and meet all the landlords in Longmont. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Carmen and Susan, would you like to come forward?
Mayor Coombs, while you're returning to your seat, I'll introduce the last special presentation. That is a presentation by the Target Industry Analysis Consultants regarding the implementation plan portion of the Target Industry Analysis. Sean Lewis will introduce this.
Good evening, Mayor, members of Council. Sean Lewis, Assistant City Manager. I want to once again introduce you all to Amy Holloway. She's the President of Avalanche Consulting, as well as her colleague, Tony DeLisi, who's also in the audience. Amy and her team have once again produced a very data-intensive section, the third of 3 sections of our overall target industry analysis. You may recall that the first section was a market analysis, which was the very first presentation that she made to all of us. The second one was the actual list of target industries and how they arrived at those target industries. And now the implementation plan, which in my experience with strategic plans for economic development is really one of the most kind of meaty sections and is really our guide for the next 5 years in terms of our action plan, our work plan between the city, LAEC, and all of the economic development partners, and how we will conduct business during that period. Tonight's presentation is really to introduce you to the overall goals and recommendations in the plan and really kind of float these concepts so that you all can provide feedback on what you like, what needs to be added, and maybe even what you don't like as well. So with that, I'll turn it over to Amy.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Coombs and members of the council. It's really good to be back here. I can say I appreciate the weather this trip a lot better than the last time we were here. And I also have a new goal for the strategy, which is I hope that one day we'll have a proclamation of the Longmont Month of Economic Development or something like that. It's really neat being in the audience and seeing all these great groups being recognized here tonight, too. There's some really heartwarming stories. Sean, do we have a PowerPoint presentation? Thank you very much. So as Sean said, what I want to do with you this evening is walk you through some of our preliminary recommendations for economic development going forward over the next 3 to 5 years. And we're looking for your input. This is not a final document in any way. Earlier today, we met with the LAEC board and shared some recommendations with them, as well as tomorrow we'll be meeting with the steering committee. So we're hoping within the 2 days that we're on the ground here to get a good diversity of opinions, some thumbs up on things that you all see as being a real priority for economic development, and voicing any concerns that you have about the direction that we're going with the strategy. After we get feedback from this week, we'll be completing a full draft document for review and feedback. And once we're all perfectly fine with the recommendations and tactics in that strategy, we'll be developing what I like to call the how-to document. But it's the document that says, okay, we know we want to do these things. When do we do them? Who's responsible? And how much is it going to cost? And that's the final part. But we're on time and looking forward to completing the strategy sometime around May 1st, so within a few weeks. All right. Covered our process. I also want you to feel confident that we have done a tremendous amount of community outreach through the development of this process. We see our roles as being facilitators of strategies. We're not coming in with any kind of outside notions of what you need to be when you progress economically. So we like to do a tremendous amount of outreach into the community. We've done dozens of interviews, probably 10 different focus groups, and we've done a lot of telephone interviews, solicited feedback online, and that just supplemented all that great data that you've seen in our other presentations. So we look at both the data and what the community wants to form an opinion and some advice for our community. Here's a list of the organizations that were represented in our interviews and focus groups. We try to get a wide diversity of perspectives, and you'll see this list in the report itself. So during this visit, I just covered that. We spoke with the LAAC board, meeting with you all, steering committee meeting tomorrow, and then some meetings in between with city staff to hash out the recommendations. Before we get into the recommendations, I wanted to remind you of the target industry recommendations we had from last time. So if you think about a strategic plan and the way that we approach economic development strategies is you start with the community's vision. Then within that vision, you evaluate what types of businesses make sense for advancing the economy along in the future based on the resources that you have available to you, your assets, the industries that are growing nationally and locally, and really the industries that complement the vision of the community and the goals of the communities and align with those goals. So the four main target industries that we recommended included advanced technology, bioscience, creative arts and culinary, and professional services and IT. And then within each, we have a number of niche sectors. One thing that you'll see in the strategic plan is that we go even deeper into these targets, and we recommend timing for these targets. So you're not going to be able to approach all of these audiences at once. There's some things we need to do here on the ground to prepare for some of these audiences, but they present really good long-term prospects for you. Others are immediate opportunities, and we'll point those out. And those will go into our implementation timing that we're recommending to you. Does anyone have any questions about these before we move on? They really did influence, as you'll see in our preliminary recommendations, really did influence the direction that we went with some of the advice that we're giving you. We want to make sure we're taking into consideration the needs of these industries as we're going forward and making decisions regarding our economy, our investments in our economy, and how we market ourselves. Okay. All right, so as I said, the vision for economic development really sets the stage for economic development and a strategic plan, so I want to revisit this vision. This is the one that we read to you last time we met, but it is this. Sitting at the intersection of high technology and manufacturing, Longmont exemplifies the best of the Front Range, offering a unique combination of infrastructure, high quality of life, skilled workforce, and business-friendly climate while remaining affordable and welcoming. So we really tried to capture what we were hearing from everyone that we talked to in the community in that vision. Okay, let me tell you a little bit about how the strategy is laid out. There's 5 topics that we include in every economic development strategic plan that line up with the types of topics that site consultants and companies look at when they're looking at a community in consideration for expanding or moving into a community. First, education and workforce development. So within the strategy, we'll have a goal for education and workforce development, and then we'll have a series of recommendations and tactics related to workforce development and education. I would say that the ability to access talent today is the number one thing on companies' minds when they're considering where to grow and expand. So we want to make sure that we really address this. Infrastructure. Those are recommendations having to do with critical pieces of your product here locally, to make sure that our infrastructure that we have in place matches the needs of those target industries. We want to make sure we've got the right telecommunications infrastructure, which you do, which is amazing here. Water, power, roads, transportation, real estate. Quality of life. This is something that over time has become more and more important to an economic development initiative. When I started 20 years ago, quality of life was considered to be like a CVB kind of thing. It wasn't included in an economic development strategy. But the more important talent attraction and retention becomes, the more critical it is that we invest in our quality of life and that becomes a priority for our economic development initiatives. We need a quality place so that we can compete for talent and we can retain talent. We've got a place for young professionals and families and people who can fuel our employers as they grow. Business climate is another goal within the strategic plan. How is our regulatory environment? Are we business friendly? Are we inclusive? That sort of thing. Entrepreneurship and innovation is another goal within the strategy. And this is not just, are you creating startup companies and have the tools to do so, but companies more and more today are looking for communities in which to locate that have really innovative entrepreneurial spirits. They want to be able to hire workers who are creative and adaptable and can get into a job and approach it from an entrepreneurial perspective. So it's important that we're not just setting the foundation for starting companies, but that we're creating an environment in which those creative entrepreneurial people want to be. And then the sixth goal is how do we communicate our assets to each other here locally and to our target audiences. So we'll offer recommendations about how to tie the bow around all the assets that you have here in Longmont and make sure that we're communicating it in the right way to our audiences. Okay, so let me dig into some of these. On the marketing front. Yes, sir.
Councilmember Santos.
Thank you. Amy, if you're going to dig into education and workforce, you're going to dig into that a little bit deeper? Okay. So I may have a question about that later because I keep hearing that if we partner with colleges, that jobs are going to happen. So I don't see the connection there. But what I do see is that if we have an educated workforce, that we will attract primary employers look for that, but that doesn't necessarily create jobs. So just because we have connections or try to have connections with higher educations of colleges, that doesn't necessarily mean that jobs are just going to come out of the thin air.
Magically come out.
Correct. There's this notion that that's going to occur.
May I table that?
Sure, of course. I mean, if you're going to get to that, then I would love to hear. So, great.
And also, just to set expectations for this evening, there's a lot more meat in the actual document. I just want to be respectful of your time this evening, but you will have a copy of the full draft strategy, and you'll be able to see all the tactics and everything that go into this. I just want to share with you some of the priorities that we're thinking about. Okay, so from a marketing perspective, so the first slide I'm going to show you is going to kind of set the tone, the strengths and challenges, observations that we've had about this topic, and then the next one I'll share with you some of the top line recommendations. But what's going on in marketing here is that we found a community with a tremendous number of assets and probably one of the strongest business climates along the Front Range, but not a lot of people on the outside know about it. And having worked in communities all over the country, communities spend a tremendous amount of energy packaging their assets and communicating them to their target audiences. And we just haven't done that as effectively as other places. And I feel like this is a priority for this community in doing it the right way. I think you'll see spark an economic development activity by just being good communicators. As part of our process, we engaged a national site consulting company to do a mock site visit of Longmont, and they did it secretly. So they were here, and they evaluated everything from beginning to end of a site selection, including a visit and meetings with your area leaders and city and LAEC and everything. And when I started talking to them about Longmont, they didn't know anything about you guys. They've done work in Colorado, but they really didn't know much. And I can tell you that when they came back, they were incredibly impressed. So what that tells me is marketing needs to be a priority. So the first main initiative in our marketing recommendations is just to engage in a stronger internal, external marketing effort and really come up with a good strategy for marketing within your resources and get out and tell your story. And then second, this is a great approach for any community of your size within the larger metro, is get involved with even more involved with your regional economic development organizations. You've got the Metro Denver Partnership. I mean, they're marketing your region, including you guys, on an international basis, and they've got more resources to market, and they're much more global, and that's okay. Let them go out and get prospects back into Colorado and interested in your region, and then you need to be at the table and participating with them so that when that prospect comes by, the partnership thinks Longmont is a perfect place for this. So keep up your activities with them. It's a great way to leverage your resources. Okay, on the business climate side, overall you're recognized as being a...
Let's hold all the questions for the analysts.
Okay, sounds good. We don't have much longer. I just want to go through a few more. But overall, we found that the business climate here is very good, as I've said. There are a few things that we can address here to make us an even better place for business. First of all, and this isn't a criticism of where you are currently, but now that we know who our target audiences are, I recommend that you go back through and look at your policies and regulatory climate and just make sure that those are aligned with the expectations of those industries. We need to continue to support our small business initiatives such as Leggy. It's just an incredible program. Investing in real estate for growing businesses, and we'll get to that in the infrastructure side, but real estate is also a priority here in terms of being able to capture those companies that are looking at Longmont. And also continue to provide outreach to your minority populations and continue to embrace them into the business community and reach out to them and make sure that they feel included, especially the Latino population that's growing is very strong here. It's a great source of talent. They just need to be even better engaged. Okay, talent and workforce. Most of our recommendations here are directly connected with quality of life. So Longmont is a good place for families, but it's kind of struggled getting that young entrepreneurial population to come in here and stay in here. So the more enhancements we can do to our quality of life, meaning our outdoor recreation, the dining opportunities, entertainment, just beautification, all that stuff that makes a place really hip for those people. A lot of your redevelopment projects that you have coming up can address their needs. And also, when it comes to economic development and education, the trend is nationally a concerted effort to align what's being taught at K through 12 and the community college and higher education levels with the needs of the target audiences. And now that you know who your target audiences are, I think this is the magic formula that you were addressing. Once you know who your target audiences are, you can identify the types of skills and occupations that they're going to need, and then you can work with your educators, such as Front Range, to point out to them that these are going to be the skills that are in demand in the future, and work with them to better align the programming around those needs. And I can give you tons of examples of how this is working in other places. Obviously, connecting students and employers together through internships and mentoring, getting employers even more involved in schools. Exploring opportunities to increase the amenities here locally that would attract and retain younger workers. And also ensuring that there's an appropriate supply of affordable housing here. I think that would help you stand out. Right, a few more. Yeah.
So some of the questions. So I went over this with Amy earlier, and so if you can go back to that previous slide, some of these recommendations were coming specifically from the executives of the businesses that we were talking to, and so to kind of go in a little more depth in this one, one of the things that they were communicating to us in terms of the amenities and attracting that workforce that they need is that in a lot of cases what they're really trying to do is combat the desire for those individuals to live in certain locations and what that really means. And so when they talk about the amenities, it's really amenities to attract the workforce population that they're needing in their specific industries. And I think that came out of several conversations that you had with those individuals.
Thank you. Yes, this is based on input that we got from your area executives in terms of what they need to attract the talent that keeps them growing here. Okay, entrepreneurship and innovation. We want to make sure that you continue to have a strong entrepreneurial climate and that you improve real estate options for those companies. Okay, so we found this incredible base of entrepreneurial programs and assets here, but again, there's a bit of a marketing and communications issue. I'm not sure that very many companies and individuals outside of Longmont are aware of how rich that culture is. With the patent activity that we talked about during our last meeting too, that culture is here, but it needs to be better packaged. And then spread the word to regional and statewide media. Get some publicity around what's happening here in terms of entrepreneurship, so you raise awareness in your neighboring communities around the state that this is a great place to be. You may have started at a university, but Longmont's the place to come to expand and grow once you've outgrown a university space. Ensuring that Longmont has real estate for startups and high-tech companies is critical. Improving networking and connectivity among entrepreneurial groups and entrepreneurs, small businesses here. And also encouraging what we call non-traditional entrepreneurship programs like maker spaces and places that blend the IT and the ability to manufacture. That convergence, it almost defines your personality here, the convergence of manufacturing and IT, and we think it would be really cool for you to have an incubator space or multiple spaces here that say, we are Longmont and we're putting our money where our mouth is in terms of growing entrepreneurs. All right, infrastructure. We want to make sure that we improve our building inventory, or at least address the real estate conversation that has come up over and over and over again in our interviews here locally. We've heard things like we don't have any available product to we've got product, but it's not appropriate to our target industries, to we have it that companies aren't willing to pay the price for that we need to have to make money on it. So those are things that we keep hearing, and what we want to do is bring that to your attention and to the community's attention and encourage you to get all interested parties to the table to have a conversation about how to address this. Because if that conversation is happening here locally and there's confusion around it, the outside market's going to pick up on that, and you risk having a situation where the message is that Longmont doesn't have adequate building product, and you'll get skipped over before a company even knocks on your door. It is also our recommendation that you consider hiring a third party to come in and actually quantify what's happening, and maybe you bring in an engineering firm to look at what you have here and then also compare it against the needs of the target industries that we're talking about. Look at that and see where the gaps are, just so we can have an informed conversation about it.
So part of what we're hearing in this conversation is that one side of the equation is saying you don't have the space that we need, the type of space that we need, it's not available. On the other side of the equation, we're hearing, well, we have space that's available, and there's other issues there. And so somewhere in there's a middle ground that we really need to find, and I think part of it is also understanding the changing dynamics in terms of what folks are looking for, and so they're going to get us information in terms of the target industries that we've highlighted, and in essence, what is the range in the building requirements, but then we really need to come in and really assess what that looks like and whether or not that real estate's there. And that's just beyond manufacturing space. It's also talking about office space and in terms of Class A office space and what does that look like and what's available. Not to jump ahead of what Amy's going to talk about, but one of the things that we've heard is we have good office space, but when a facility needs to grow, because they're in that process of developing their corporate structure, there's really nothing there for them to fill in terms of what they're looking for. And so, that's an area that we're really going to have to dig in and get granular on this issue and resolve those issues. And then that's from a policy standpoint where the council can come in based on what we're seeing, because then you can assess, well, what is it that we need to do to encourage modifications of space if in fact those spaces aren't suitable for the changing industry that we're seeing today. And so there's more work, but it's definitely something that we're hearing two different things in this conversation that we need to continue to bear down on a little bit.
Thank you. All right, just a few more slides. On the quality of life side, we see some tremendous opportunities in terms of the development of the river corridor, the ongoing development of the mall. Boulder County Fairgrounds, that's a great opportunity, but it's aging infrastructure, and so over time it's important that we work with the county to upgrade those facilities. Investing in additional arts facilities, we found this great arts culture here, and it's kind of bubbling under the surface, and we'd like to see that enhanced. That also adds to the quality of life here that's attractive to the types of talent that we need to fuel our company, so it's all connected back. Also, we've heard quite a bit about the desire to have an indoor sports arena with ice, a hockey rink. And I'll give you a specific example here. I was interviewing.
So before you go into the example, when I went over this, my question was, why is it in this report? What's the connection to this? Here's what they're hearing.
I heard from an executive's wife whose kids were really involved in hockey and other sports, and he traveled quite a bit, and she has to drive so far every week to get her kids to a hockey arena that she said, I just want to move. My husband can work from anywhere. I want to move so that I don't have to drive hours each week to get my kids to a sports facility. So it's just one of those things to consider. It also turns out that youth sports are a good economic driver. And finally, continued investment in your downtown. Wow, what a tremendous asset. It's so beautiful, and there's so much potential here. We'd love to see that become or continue to be a priority. All right, so speaking of priorities, let me finish this slide and I'll take any questions you all have. If you had to ask me to narrow it down to a handful of things to focus on, I've already presented you with a lot of ideas, and there's even more in the document. I think number one priority is marketing and investing in the Longmont brand. And when I say brand, I'm not talking about your logo or your tagline. Those are representative of your brand. What I'm talking about is we need to communicate our assets and the things that make us unique so that when people hear the word Longmont, whether they're here in the community or across the country, it evokes a feeling in them that differentiates you from other communities. That's what a brand does. And we need to invest in that more and invest more in marketing our assets. That plays for both businesses and talent. So real estate. I highly recommend that you come up with an answer to this real estate conversation and put some numbers around it so we have a platform to base our discussions about our real estate needs. Redevelopment. These projects that you're starting to invest in or that are coming on down the line they not only have the opportunity to make this a better place for your residents, but they have an opportunity to create something that is nationally interesting to people, that would draw people in from across the country to see what you've done with the Butterball plant, or your downtown, or the river corridor. So, very important. And entrepreneurship, I think, is a priority. When we talk about economic development, a lot of times you're thinking about recruiting companies in. Based on the assets that we've seen here, this is a great opportunity, and the more we invest in this and the more we tout our entrepreneurial strengths, I think the better our economy is going to be. It's like drinking from a fire hose a little bit.
Yeah. Can you go on, Sarah? Oh, you
want to start she's got closing remarks.
gonna do questions now, or
Let's do questions now. Okay. Yeah, I think we've covered.
Councilmember Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. That is drinking from a fire hose. Quite a lot. Especially with the marketing and branding, we've been trying to do that, I think, since Councilmember Levison and I got on council. Quite a lot to consume. You mentioned housing, and I saw many people in the audience, eyes and ears perk up. Can you go back to that, please? Can you go back to that slide?
Yeah. The structure is in talent.
Because when you put in affordable, everyone's ears pop up, because affordable has a connotation to it. So what do you mean? Quantify that for me.
That's a good question. And affordability, I think that you live in an expensive part of the state overall.
Boulder County has expensive dirt.
Right, very expensive.
You move 1 mile to the east, and it gets real cheap.
So providing, I'd say, multifamily is in that mix.
Mm-hmm.
More just housing that where new professionals can live and afford to live, and that would be an attractor of individuals who might be working in Boulder but aren't making the incomes yet to live there.
So, you talking price ranges? What do you? I mean, again, quantify that for me. Because for some people that means ordinances. For some people means that is a zoning. For some people that means subsidized. For some people that means
so that word has a lot of different connotations in this community.
Oh yes, it does.
May I get back to you with that in terms of price range and some alternate vocabulary that we could use around
please. That would be great, because that, again, ears perked up, people got perked up in their seats, and that can be, oh yeah, there are a few people in this audience in Mount Council.
Positively or?
Both.
Okay. All right.
Because housing affordability, that is, either way you cut it, can be a very contentious topic. So that needs to be, there's building that's going on right now that in Boulder County is considered affordable. But for some people, and people are shaking their head no, and, not very good poker players. Again, we can argue yes or no. We can go back in the past, but I get in trouble for that.
So I'm hearing that we need to be more specific.
Very specific. Exactly. Because, again, that word needs to be vetted and quantified.
Thank you for that. We'll definitely do that.
Councilmember Christensen.
Yeah, I'd like to follow up on what Gabe said. It's a huge issue right now, housing, period, but also commercial real estate. It's sort of the same thing, and part of it is, I think part of why it's so contentious is that the comprehensive plan really hasn't kept up with what we're doing.
Mm-hmm.
And so it would be very helpful if we could have some suggestions from various sources about location. I think that's one of the most contentious things is we need more all kinds of housing, but we also need more commercial real estate.
Mm-hmm.
People, the executives that you talk to are saying there isn't the right kind, as City Manager Dominguez said. What would they like, and where would they like it? But we also have a whole town to plan for the future of. We can't just put it where somebody wants it. It has to be something that's for the future of this town. And also with housing, it's, we need high density in some places, and we also need patio homes in other places for the aging population. So it's a very, this could fit in very nicely to solving some solutions if we had some idea what people were thinking, certain businesses were thinking about location. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Finley.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. I think this is great. It's just what we needed. The marketing piece, I totally understand because I work in Denver and I work with a lot of business people who don't know anything about Longmont. And if they did, they'd want to be here. Also on the housing, I had another question. What I've always heard is we don't have enough high-end housing or high enough end housing for those executives. They can't live here because there's not a place nice enough for them. So I think we've got issues on both ends of that. So, but thank you for doing this work, and it's a good start. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Larson.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. Since we're talking housing, I think one of the things that I've seen just from my husband works in a large nonprofit kind of scientific think tank. Well, it is. It's not kind of. It is a scientific think tank doing basic research, and they do a whole bunch of other stuff. But what we've seen in a trend in the office is that a lot of the young professionals are coming to Longmont because there's a price point in housing where they could buy a house that's already somewhat fixed up, that they can do the yard work or whatever, add their personal touches, and it's at a price point where it's not breaking them. They might have a roommate or two for a while, and they plan on being kind of a roommate share situation to underwrite mortgage, but it's a balance of what their salary is, what they still owe on student loans, and proximity to Boulder. But one of the biggest things we've heard is that they don't want to be in Boulder anymore. They're not students, even if they've just finished a master's degree or PhD. They don't want that housing anymore. They want something more normal, more real life, because this is where they see themselves at the beginning of their career. And I think that what would be most useful is to, what I read in the report, I think it was maybe the second report on the market assessment, is you gave salary ranges. And I think if you take every one of those salary ranges, figure out what the debt is for recent college graduates and people with master's degrees and PhDs, along that scale of every one of those core market recruitment areas you've indicated, you could easily find out what a 30% housing cost would be and be able to extrapolate, with the recent data we have on kind of a housing survey that was done pretty recently, actually matching real data with real needs that, people do have a lot of student debt, and there's national trends also that people are not making new households because of student debt, and I think that's not going to be with us in the short term only. It's going to be with us in the long term, and even people that are making a lot of money in their first jobs may have a crushing amount of debt. And so what the idea of affordability, I guess, as Councilmember Santos pointed out, is it's affordable for somebody making $100,000, but you've got $10,000 worth of student debt you're paying down every year. That really lowers what your price point on housing is. And then I just want to address a couple of other things. On the marketing, one of the best marketing strategies that a lot of us see when we travel or locally, if you watch CNN, they plug certain cities, in China or Michigan, with Gene Hackman doing the voiceover on it. And if we do any marketing for Longmont, it's likely none of us will see the marketing, because the marketing will be done in, Tucson in the middle of the summer. They'll say, come to Longmont, because it's now only 85 degrees during the day and not 110. But, you see the promotions for Wyoming and Salt Lake City, but you really only see it here because they're trying to market here. So I think that the other part of the marketing strategy is really that Longmont, we have a self-esteem issue. We do not ever go out there, and we're kind of a modest community. Maybe too much powder milk biscuits and kind of, Swedish farmer people and all that. But, we're more of a Garrison Keillor commercial than a Donald Trump, community. So, and it's, being kind of a Garrison Keillor community is not a bad thing. That's what a lot of people are really looking for. And some of the marketing stuff is we have to do our own marketing. Every single person in Longmont is a marketing person. So communicating internally first, I think, is key. And then people that come here on visits, what I've heard is they get sold when they get here, that they see what the community is really like, and no one can really believe it. So when it's too good to be true, it really is. That's Longmont, So I think the marketing really has to be internal and external both. And there's the other thing, I looked at some of your partners you talked to. It's curious did you talk to anybody from the Boulder County Latino Chamber of Commerce? Because I know you talked to the Latino Task Force. Yeah, because they're still working on their stuff, but I think that not just the Latino community, we have a lot of other foreign-born workers here in Longmont, a great cluster of Russians, East Indians, and Far Eastern people, and I just think that that's also an asset when we're looking at marketing. Some of the serendipitous marketing is if somebody who owns a company in China, their kid goes to CU, we should be reaching out to all those foreign students at CU to have them come to Longmont and have dinner with people, because then their uncle who has a company comes to this region, and someone in Longmont has been kind, and people do not forget that. And that's the way a lot of international business gets done.
Great recommendation. Thank you.
So if I can talk about marketing real quick, the one thing that really struck me was the conversation about the site selector. They had to show the site selector where Longmont was on the map. And that was the piece that was, for me, when they went over that information with me, was wow. I mean, because those are the folks that are talking to the companies that are looking for locations. And so part of that is also a very targeted marketing approach into those arenas, because they need to know about us. And if we have to do that, then it's kind of telling us where we're positioned in this. And so part of this is very targeted into the arenas that we need to be into. So those site selectors, we're on the top of their list as they're considering these options, and that was the piece that was sobering. When they told me that, it was one of those where I just had to take a breath.
Councilmember Bagley. Thank you, Mayor Combs. I guess I have one overall question, and it would be a favor, and I'm only one of 7, but this is what I would like to see. You strike me as very intelligent, and you obviously have done lots of this, and if not, you're faking it very well. I think part of what consultants can bring is, as you see things in different communities, whether I agree with an idea or not, I would like to see some, as you're doing this project, the favor is, could you please provide us specific ideas? And I've heard it from all my fellow council members, because what you're going to have at the end is people struggling to grasp onto specifics. So that would be my overall question. So would you, and then yes or no, and I'm sure you'll say yes, so that would be my favorite.
Of course.
Absolutely. Yes.
We wouldn't be doing our jobs if we didn't give you examples. And for the sake of time tonight, I didn't want to go into every best practice that we've recommended that you look at. But the strategy is filled with specific examples, specific tactics, and even it will have a timeline of implementation. So I think once you start digging into the document, you'll be more than satisfied with the examples that we've.
And I guess that, I mean, and I'm also having, I'm having some questions one of the questions as we go through this process is, what is the city's responsibility and what is the private sector? So one of the questions I hear all the time, there's a lack of housing at all levels, and there's a lack of commercial real estate space. My question is, why aren't people building it then? Meaning that everybody votes, but I'm a believer in the markets. And so if you have a need, someone should step forward and build it. There are experts who know more than I do as a government official, and they're just not building it. And so that's my first question. And so I just push back a little bit to say, everybody here, if we were to take a vote, and I would argue that we need this stuff. But in the back of my mind, I keep asking, so why aren't the experts building it? So that's number one. So I guess my question is, do you know the answer to that?
I have a quick response to
Yes,
you.
please.
We can go grab coffee at some point and go into this long response. But the nature of an economic development strategic plan, it is a coordinating document that many organizations within your community have a role to play in implementing. It's not just the LAEC. This is not just the city. Your city go do all these things. It's a partnership within the community, and that what the document does essentially is guarantee you that if you're working on the real estate side of the equation, you're working on education, that you can feel confident that you're all walking in steps towards a single vision, even if you aren't having coffee every day together to meet and talk about this thing. The private sector has a huge role to play in this. But some of what needs to take place before you can get them involved is to communicate the need to them. So when we talk about, for example, this real estate issue, if they don't know the need, they're not going to build or improve, right? So the first thing to do is start having that conversation with the development community, with your real estate owners, with city, with LAEC, everyone who has a dog in this fight. Have that conversation and figure out how can we quantify the need so that we can make smart business decisions based on that information. That's just one example of how, when you get into implementing the strategy, you'll see the how-to of this involves a lot of communication and a lot of taking responsibility, and with the LAEC and the city serving as a facilitator of some of these things, but not being primarily responsible for everything in the strategy.
Right. And I guess
does that make sense?
Yeah. And then just a final comment, the one thing that this isn't a bad thing. I'm not speaking out against anything. I'm just making an observation that we've been planning to put ourselves here, meaning we've surrounded the city with open space, because we don't want to sprawl. We've limited we've got limited land, limited growth potential, and we're wondering why we don't have any growth. So if I were a builder like Amgen, or not a builder, but if I was a big company and looking to relocate here, I'd say, one, do we have a facility? I don't want to build it. I want to find it. And then two, I'd say, well, where am I going to house my people? You don't have it. And three, I'd want to say, okay, well, do you have fun, cool things to do? And Longmont's kind of boring at the moment. And so, I am interested to hear, your ideas because, we need some help. And I'll be very interested to see some of the proposed solutions. So, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. I got to spend an hour and a half with Amy at the presentation, so there was a lot more meat but that's why, she wasn't able to get into all the hard facts because, this is basically kind of an overview.
I wasn't criticizing. I was saying I'm waiting for I saw the trailer.
You're excited.
Yes.
We won't let you down, I promise.
There's some details. And so she's aware of all of, anticipated these types of questions. And, as far as affordable housing, to me that means it's not, subsidized housing. It means, are we competitive with our neighboring communities that want to attract these same types of target industries? Do we have those assets in place so when a company comes to Longmont, that their employees, these are high-paid, skilled employees, have enough paycheck to, pay for the housing and, still have the quality of life. That's what that means to me. It doesn't mean, a set range, because it really depends on, how the ability of them to, their pay scales and their skill levels and years of experience and all that stuff. So. Councilmember Levison?
Or the housing plan is you live in your parents' basement a while more, and it's close enough to commute to Longmont. And that's what, I mean, there is a trend of a lot of younger people. Denver is the rapidly growing city for under 30s, and a lot of them are commuting out. We, had some other information provided to us recently that showed that we've got this reverse commute going on. Mm-hmm. And so it's not the anticipation we're going to fill every one of those housing needs, or even a quarter of the housing needs, because a lot of people don't want to live in the community where they work. Mm-hmm. They want to live somewhere else for some other reason, and it may not have anything to do with price point. It might just have to do with what they want to do on the weekend, or the fact that they can live cheaper in their parents' basement and their parents live in Westminster, and they're a CU grad and they've got $40,000 or $50,000 worth of debt from graduate school. So there's all this. I guess part of the blend that I would look to is, where's this serendipity in some of the information as well, and that's kind of part of the secret sauce, I guess. So,
okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Amy. And
thank you all.
Is there anything else? Are we done? Okay. Let's.
Thank you all.
Thanks. And I'm glad we had good weather for you finally.
Yeah. Thank you.
So now it's time for first call public invited to be heard, and we have Louisa Young would like to come speak.
Mayor Cruz and members of the City Council, my name is Louisa Young. I am the president of the League of Women Voters of Boulder County, and I'm very pleased to hear all of this discussion about housing, because our concern tonight is low-income housing. The League of Women Voters is very concerned with the failure of the Longmont City Council to establish an adequate funding mechanism for affordable housing. The housing shortage, already exacerbated by the 2011 City Council's repeal of the inclusionary zoning ordinance, was made even worse by the September flood and is now acute. We urge the City Council to enact a solution to the crisis. The inclusionary zoning ordinance, adopted in 1993, required that 10% of residential development be affordable by families with low to moderate incomes. It also allowed a cash payment in lieu of affordable units. The program served Longmont well through good times and bad. In 2011, in spite of the predictions from the League of Women Voters, among others, of dire consequences, the city repealed the inclusionary zoning and ended the cash in lieu program, which had funded affordable housing. In the 3 years since the end of the program, no new program has been developed. The housing recovery has benefited only market rate units, while the supply of workforce housing has dwindled in relation to population growth and demand. In July 2012, the Longmont housing market analysis found a shortage of rental units for all income ranges, but especially for households earning 50% or less of the area median income, for an estimated gap of 1,449 units. Nationally, the League of Women Voters supports government policies that provide affordable housing. The recent Longmont Workforce Housing Task Force suggested a no sales tax, but sales tax falls most heavily on those least able to afford it. Longmont City Council should instead consider reinstating the inclusionary zoning ordinance and the cash in lieu program, which has the potential to raise adequate funding for affordable housing with the least harmful impact to the city. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Okay, next up is Doug Palmer. Please come down and state your name and address for the record.
Yes, I'm Doug Palmer, 7628 Estate Circle. Good evening, Mayor Coombs and members of the council. On behalf of Silver Creek Leadership Academy, I would like to invite all of you to the Longmont Lead Conference happening this Saturday, April 12th from 5 to 9 at Silver Creek High School. This event will host 4 community leaders, such as Don Haddad and Bobby King, as well as 3 published leadership experts, such as J.P. Butler and Maureen Breeze, all talking about leadership. The event is open to the public and will be a fun and informative event for all. For more information, you can log on to www.longmontlead.com. And if it's all right with you, I'd like to hand out some tickets to you guys.
Great.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Yeah. Okay, the next up is Rhonda Ritter.
Hello, I'm Rhonda Ritter, and I live at 803 Sumner Street. I am here to address mosquito management in Longmont and share some strategies that other communities are successfully implementing. Some communities are running aggressive programs which involve focusing on drainage and source reduction, strong citizen participation, and biological control, including larviciding. Larviciding has been found to be very effective in many communities. Carmano Island, Washington found it to be more effective and less expensive than adulticiding, which is the spraying of adult mosquitoes. One of their experts states, spraying or fogging is an expensive undertaking and usually requires large areas to be treated. Whereas when you control the mosquito larva at the source, the mosquitoes are concentrated in smaller areas. Larviciding uses much less product over a smaller area than adult spraying, thus saving money and resources. The Disease Investigation and Control Treatment and Care Center state, adulticiding, the application of chemicals to kill adult mosquitoes, is usually the least efficient mosquito control technique. The spray used on adult mosquitoes contains a known carcinogen called permethrin. Permethrin is a neurotoxin, immune system disruptor, and endocrine disruptor. Children and the elderly are especially vulnerable to permethrin. Permethrin is highly toxic to bees, fish, and other aquatic organisms. In Boulder County, the Integrated Pest Management Program is placing native fathead minnows in water to help with mosquito management, but they are harming them by spraying a carcinogen on them. Some communities have used citizen participation to manage mosquitoes. York County, Virginia officials distribute mosquito-eating fish to residents. Boulder distributed free samples of mosquito dunks, a least toxic larvicide product for use in stagnant water. Washington, D.C. implemented a tire roundup program for residents to discard old tires, a major breeding site for mosquitoes. These strategies are actually being implemented right now in many communities. Springtime is the time that is catching it before it becomes a problem.
Thank you, Rhonda.
Thank you.
Okay, I think that ends the first call public invited to be heard. Why don't we take a 10-minute break? come back to order here and finish our, or at least start our city council meeting. We can visit after 11 o'clock.
Are you ready, Mayor Coons?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, your next item of business is ordinance 2014, bill for an ordinance amending section 2.04.085 of the Longmont Municipal Code on mail ballot elections, and there is no formal staff presentation on this item.
Okay, I will open this up for the public hearing on ordinance 2014-14. Is there anybody from the public that'd like to speak on this? Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing. Councilmember Finley.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. I would like to move ordinance 2014-13.
Second. Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Let's vote. All right, that passes 7-0.
Your next item is ordinance 2014-15, a bill for an ordinance approving the land use amendment to the Longmont Area Comprehensive Plan for Clover Basin Ranch, generally located south of Clover Basin Drive and east of the future Mount Audubon Drive. There is no formal staff presentation on this, but we do have staff present to answer questions.
Okay. Is there any questions from council? Councilmember Wilson.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have a quick question, and I don't know who's going to come to the podium.
John Burchett is here to answer those.
Oh, hi, Don. I'm sorry. Sean Lewis was blocking my view of you.
That's what he's supposed to do.
Let's see. That may be good if you're playing contact sports like hockey, but yeah. I don't know if council is on Tuesday night qualifies as a contact sport.
I hope not.
Okay. Most of us hope not, too. There was just some information when we were looking at this on first reading that said that the school district was not going to have an elementary school possibly in this area. And I read something in the paper recently saying that they were going to be over capacity very soon at the local elementary school in this area, and they were going to start adding trailers. So I thought, oh, this is kind of strange. On the one hand, they're going to have growth in this area, and they're telling us they're adding trailers in anticipation of not having money for a bond yet, and maybe looking at a future bond to pay for new schools. And then we have this information embedded in a zoning change that says, well, they're probably going to abandon this school site. So, what's the true story?
Mayor Coombs, Councilmember Levis, and members of council, Don Burchett, Economic Development. There's, how I could best put it is an array of choices and decisions that are going to have to be made by the school board. First, a little background is that the school planning department has reviewed and actually has met with the city staff specifically to talk about the potential release of the school site in the neighborhood. Our concern is just what you expressed, which is that we don't want to look foolish coming forward with a proposal to remove a school site if the schools are going to ultimately become over capacity per the IGA and then either stop growth or development in that port of town or require us to have to do something else in that area to mitigate. So with discussions with the school district staff, what came out of that is that their estimates show that within the next 5 years, based on the current enrollment numbers that came out in October, none of the schools in the feeder system in that southwest area of Longmont will exceed the 125% capacity, which is the number by the IGA at which we cannot approve any more development in that area. So their estimates are based on the current concept plans that we have approved on projects if they are just annexed. It's also based on preliminary plats that are approved for development in that area, and then they're tracking all of our final plats and the development and the numbers that are coming out of those new homes as they're built. The other thing that they're also looking at is they're looking at the comprehensive plan, and they're assuming a medium growth rate from any area that is not currently annexed. So they're assuming that if it's a low density designation on a property that's not yet annexed,
they are assuming that they are going to be seeing a generation of between 3 and 4 units to the acre coming out of that area that's not yet annexed when it is annexed, and therefore basing their assumptions of the school needs from the students that would be generated by that area to do their projections. And right now, and as far as they believe into the future, they are not going to exceed the 125. Now, as we all know, the 125 number still means that the school has gone over what it was designed for, and that means that they may be using other rooms other than classrooms for classrooms, where they may shift some of the, say, art rooms, music rooms, things like that, change those into classrooms, and or bring in the modulars and set those up. But that's all a part of their ability to allow for capacity for that school, because they cannot afford to build a new school, and hire the teachers, the principals, and everybody else to maintain that until they exceed and have about 75% capacity in the new school as well as in the existing school, because otherwise the taxes won't pay for it, and they just won't have the money. So they're in a little bit of a quandary. They need it to get up to about 150% and project it to go even higher in order to go ahead and truly be able to make that school work. But their projections right now are below the 125 per our IGA. So as far as we can tell from everything we've gotten, yes, the school is going to exceed its design capacity, but it is set up that they can accommodate the additional students with modulars being brought in per our IGA that we had signed on, and not stop any of the development down in this area of Longmont or out in Boulder County.
And I just remember many years ago, prior to my time on council, this big, period of time, maybe 6 to 8 months at council, where that 125% of what actually meant as far as school capacity and how many kids were not inside a building that were in portables, and knowing the distaste that parents have for portables and getting kids back and forth safely between the main building and a portable. I just want to ensure that we don't have the same siege of council that happened back in maybe 04, 05, 06 around this issue. And certainly, the homes that are being put in are much more expensive homes, and those people that demand higher level of services perhaps, and they would not understand this mechanism of the 125%. They just would not like to have their kid in a portable. And it doesn't really matter what we say sometimes. So I just want to make sure that when I hear this information or read it in the newspaper, that the school board is thinking about putting a system of portables at that elementary school, and yet we've talked about the possibility of abandoning a school site, whether or not, perhaps Longmont, the city, has to maybe push back on some of this. Even if their guesstimate is good, we still don't know until those units are built whether or not someone's going to come in and say, oh, we need more dense housing so we can get more units per acre to lower prices. And at some point, the parcels west of Silver Creek High School could be denser than what was originally anticipated, just because of market forces. So until things get built, there's really that big unknown out there, that the best, predictability of the crystal ball, we really don't know. So I think we have to be somewhat cautious, maybe to second guess their numbers, because it would really be not great for us to have a situation where, the effect on kids going to school, which is nothing we can control necessarily, is still going to affect, the word on the street about, people buying into those neighborhoods. So I guess we'll just have those conversations with the school district, but I would hate to think that putting portables is a sign that there is additional capacity on that one school site, but to think in the future they're not going to need the second school site to release it maybe prematurely, in my opinion, is something that concerns me. But it's just a concern.
Well, first off, I'd like to comment on that. I went my whole career, elementary school, junior high school, we all had portables. I got a great education in portables, but probably 1/3 of my classrooms were in portables. So there's nothing wrong with being in modular portables. And if that's, I mean, school districts have to be financially responsible to their taxpayers. And, one way of doing that is to have modulars until they reach that capacity. Then that's what they have to do. So I'm sure the city has worked with the school districts. So anyway, I'd like to now open this up for public hearing. Is there anybody from the public that would like to speak on this item at this time? Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing. Councilmember Finley.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. I'd like to move ordinance 2014-14.
Second. All right, it's been moved and seconded. 15, yes. You amend your motion?
15.
Okay.
That's okay with the second, too.
Okay, let's vote. Okay, that passes 7-0.
Mayor Coombs, your next item is the consent agenda. Item 9A is ordinance 2014-16, a bill for an ordinance making additional appropriations for the expenses and liabilities of the city of Longmont for the fiscal year beginning January 1st, 2014. Public hearing and second reading scheduled for April 22nd. Ordinance 9B is ordinance 2014-17, a bill for an ordinance amending section 15.02.060 of the Longmont Municipal Code on amendments to the Longmont Area Comprehensive Plan. Public hearing and second reading scheduled for April 22nd. Item 9C has been pulled from the agenda. Item 9D is resolution 2014-35, approving the intergovernmental agreement between the city and the Denver Regional Council of Governments for a licensing agreement for aerial photography. Item 9E is Resolution 2014-36, submitting the ballot question to the registered electors of the City of Longmont, Colorado at a special municipal election to be held June 24, 2014, of issuing bonds payable from the city's storm drainage enterprise revenues to finance system-wide storm drainage capital projects. Item 9F is Resolution 2014-37, approving the temporary license agreement between the city, Boulder County, and Donald and Nancy Fetters for access to the Peschel open space to establish the St. Vrain River Channel and perform reclamation. Item 9G is Resolution 2014-38, approving the intergovernmental agreement between the city and the City of Boulder for its Child Care Services Program. Item 9H is accept the Parks, Recreation, and Trails Master Plan. Item 9I is accept 4 capital improvement program amendments as approved by the city manager. That's PB 80, PB 82, T1, and MUS 149. Item 9J is approve the Colorado Municipal League's policy statement for 2014-2015. And staff does not need to pull any items.
Councilmember Edison.
I'd like to pull item B for question, please.
B as in boy?
B as in boy, yes.
Councilmember Moore.
I'd like to pull item 9H for discussion.
Okay. Councilmember Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I would move the consent agenda minus B and H, and C was already pulled.
Right. Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Minus B and H. Let's vote. Okay, that passes.
Member Shett is here to address questions on item 9B, which is the code amendments for section 15.02.060.
Councilmember Edison.
Hi.
Hi.
Nice to see you again.
Nice to see you again.
Thank you. It's lovely to be seen. I just didn't understand this. I'm sorry I didn't have time to call you this afternoon.
It's okay.
Or yesterday. I kind of remember back when, we did away with having the certified mail to do zoning changes, that we kind of got ourselves in a little bit of a sticky wicket. So explain to me what this change really does, and have we vetted it with Planning and Zoning Commission? Have we made sure that by by making this change that folks that are going to be affected in the broad range of citizens and property owners, that we're still going to get to them, that we're not going to leave anybody out, and how we're going to do it different. That's it. Is that 4 questions?
All right.
Yeah.
Mayor Coombs, Councilmember Levison, members of council, Don Burchett, Economic Development. So what you're looking at tonight is really a clarification to our existing rules. As some of you may know, there's been a question that was raised as to whether or not the city was required to do posting for a neighborhood meeting for an application that we processed. And this revision to the code is meant to clarify that there are certain times when the city will post if we are an applicant, and there are other times where when it becomes such a large area that's really a general impact to the greater community, that to go out and to post every property would really exceed our ability to be able to get work done, be that an update to the land development code, be that an update to the comprehensive plan. There's just certain sizes that once you reach them, that it becomes unmanageable, at least from not only a staffing perspective, but also a cost to the city for the return that we're going to get. We are not proposing to change any of our processes that we currently follow. Again, it's clarifying when we would post a property. And as it's written in your council communication, if an application that is done by the city would affect less than 100 people or be less than 640 acres, a square mile, then we would post and we would do that step. It is truly for these larger ones where if we were going to do a comprehensive plan amendment for the entire city of Longmont, we don't want to go around and post a sign on everybody's property, and if you live on a corner lot, you get 2, to try and get something done. It's just not feasible. There's a
John, can I just interrupt you 1 second? But the last time we updated the comp plan in 2002, 2003, we didn't do that. So were we in violation of our own process at that point?
No. Again, there was a question that was raised by someone outside the organization who felt that it wasn't clear.
Okay.
From our standpoint, it's always been clear.
Okay.
This change will make it crystal clear that we do not have to do it except for certain cases. And we're actually defining that bar so that in some cases we would have to go out and do it, where before we wouldn't have. So we're going to actually give more notice in certain circumstances than we would currently have done if no one had ever questioned this. So,
We're still going to do the work that we need to do to inform the public in these larger areas. I mean, it's not just the stakeholders necessarily in that area. There might be other people with similar type properties, or, other people in other parts of the city might see an effect. But we want to make sure, my concern is that we really do make sure that everybody can have participation, and that we're not going to be, the change won't muddy the waters further, is my concern.
And in my opinion, it will not. It will clarify it for us. We're not going to change anything that we've ever done, that we've continued to do through all this current stuff that's going on. And, I've worked for the city of Longmont now almost 15 years. And this city goes above and beyond in trying to reach out to neighborhoods to let people know what's going on. With our other mechanisms, not just the public notices, but the city line, the advertisements that we do in the paper. We have Twitter, we have Facebook. We have so many different ways to get things out today that just posting a sign or just mailing a notice that may go to a property owner in Florida, but yet the property owner is actually someone who's on our webpage or is on our Twitter or our Facebook, has a better chance of getting noticed than what we would typically get when we do our regular mailing. So, again, from my personal experience, we go above and beyond to try and get that out. And I think that's always been the goal of this council since I've been here, has been that we want your feedback. Right or wrong, we want it. We want to hear it. We don't ever want anybody to think that we did not do everything we could to get your feedback on something, whether we agree with it or not. We want to hear it.
Thank you. Councilmember Moore.
We're done with this topic?
Well, we got to move it.
Oh, yeah. I'll move it.
Move it.
I move, item 9B.
Okay, it's been moved and second, so we're going to vote in ordinance 2014-17. Okay, that passes 7-0. Now, Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. Parks and Rec Master Plan, I'm still concerned about the private parks being advertised as where they're located, and I'm concerned about the assumption people might make about them being accessible to the public. And with that in mind, I've expressed my concern a couple of times now, and I still see the same thing coming to council. So I'm going to move that we remove Appendix D, which is the names of the private parks property, as well as remove the locations from map D1, HOA and private park lands, and replace it with a statement that contains the aggregate amount of acres of private homeowner association and private park land.
I'll second that motion.
Councilmember Finley.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. I have always wanted to have that in there just to make sure when we're looking at where we have parks that we look at private parks in the total picture. If we don't look at private parks and we don't look at schoolyards and playgrounds, we don't have the total picture. And I think what we could do is say these parks are not public. I don't think we need to take that whole resource out of the plan. I think as long as we make it clear that those parks are not public parks and not maintained by the city, that would take care of your problem, wouldn't it?
Well, I still think that just people knowing where they're at and would think they could still access it, whether there's a statement in there or not.
Councilmember Harrison.
We've also had an issue come up over the last number of years around the idea of private HOA spaces being asking for neighborhood improvement fund money, which is capital fund money. We had a circumstance with a discussion, one neighborhood who had a piece of land that they wanted a fence for a private dog park, and they wanted to use the public capital budget through the Neighborhood Improvement Fund grant to do that. And there were a lot of questions by the other HOAs and neighborhoods that were non-HOA neighborhoods around public funding for what would be a private resource for only that neighborhood because it would be locked, and noted that it was private. The other circumstance is that it might also open up additional requests for the city to install or pay for funding of park improvements on those private parks, when it necessarily, the city might have some liability then, again, through HOA requests from Neighborhood Improvement Fund. So I think it might open a can of worms in some respects and overextend the city in some of the installations in the park. I mean, I think there's one thing for a park bench that might be on kind of an easement in a neighborhood, but playground equipment and improvements to sites, if we had them in the plan, it might give an indication that that's something that the city would invest in.
Yeah, I'm going to ask you a question. So I kind of agreed with Bonnie. I think the main reason to put this in is so we know our total inventory, where things are. It doesn't necessarily mean, in my mind, that it's a roadmap for people to come use private parks, or maybe it's you, either one. So what's your feelings on the whole private park? Just leaving it in there so we have the details of it, or just giving an overall aggregate of how much? I just want to hear your thoughts on.
Mayor Coombs and council members, Kathy Crone, project manager with Public Works and Natural Resources. I very much respect the concern. We certainly did put it in there for those reasons. We wanted to see that whole picture. With that, we did not put it on the city system map. We did try to make it clear that they are private, and that was one of the issues we had, was the resources available to make it a full inventory. It's an inventory. We made it an appendix for that reason, to keep it separate from the city-owned and maintained system. So there are statements in the document and in the appendix that make it clear that they are private, they're HOA. Certainly we can make improvements to that language, no problem. I didn't quite catch the second part about the aggregate, so I don't know quite how to respond to that. So I would need clarification on the motion to respond to that.
So, hi, Kim Sugar, Natural Resources Manager. One thing I did want to clarify, the reason it's in the master plan was council did take a vote and directed staff to put it in the plan. So if we want changes, we would just need that direction.
Yeah, I do remember taking that vote to ask you, so it's kind of funny that we asked you to put it in, now ask you to put it down. Councilmember Bagley.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. I guess, Candy, I can see both sides. I think it's important that we have it in, so I like the aggregate. But I guess if me and my neighbor, I've got a good buddy, Rainey St. Ange, next door neighbor, one of my best friends, and we're always talking about buying part of the field right behind the house. And he wants to use it for a dirt track. I'd want to use it for something, a swimming pool, something other than a dirt track. And so I guess let's suppose that we bought, 2 acres, and me and our families together decided to have a park. We put in grass and sprinkler systems. It's private property, and if the city put it on your map, I'd be kind of ticked off because it's not yours. It's mine. And essentially, I think the neighborhoods are kind of the same way. I mean, I have an HOA up in Pleasant Valley, and we have parks, and we bought them, and it's not public. It's not the city's property. And so I can understand why we'd want to include it, but at the same time, I could also understand why we don't want a map saying, hey, everybody, it's a park. And so I'd support the motion just because I think if it's aggregate, what that tells me is that you've done your homework to include it, that if council wanted the information in the future, we could get it. And at the same time, the HOAs wouldn't be upset because we're saying, hey, look, parks. And I do think that when people see parks, they don't go, hey, it's private. If there's play sets there, I can guarantee you, when my kids and I are scootering around town, which I do, yes, it's on Facebook. There's images. And but if they see a play set, public or private, they're going to use it. And so I'd support the motion, but I would also, we need to have the aggregate and we need access to the numbers. So I'd want the information. I can understand why people wouldn't want it public.
Councilmember Santos. Thank you, Mayor. Is Fox Hill on that map? I can't recall.
Fox Hill, you would be referring to the undeveloped city park?
I'm talking about the golf course.
Fox Hill Golf Course is on there. It's in a symbology that is a non-city course.
That's private.
Right.
We should probably take that off too. It's a golf course, but it's private. It's a private course. We shouldn't go tit for tat here. I mean, I understand because my mother-in-law lives in an HOA that has a private playground. So when my daughters go to visit Grandma, they go with Grandma and they go play at the playground. I guess they're trespassing because they don't live there, but they're with Grandma. I understand both sides, but I can also hear later on down the line if an HOA goes up, it doesn't fulfill the needs. I don't want to have an HOA come in here. Okay, city, what are you going to do with this park? That's my fear. We need to know what the inventory is. And if I'm not mistaken, that playground by Fire Station 5, there are signs all over the place because I've seen them. This is a private HOA park. If you do not live here, you are trespassing. And if I'm, I understand the sentiments of HOA boards, but I think there's a little. I think this motion is going a little over the top.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. I just like to respond to that a little bit. Golf courses have a mechanism for regulating who has access to the course. Our HOAs do not, as well as my personal experience has been, we've had non-residents using our park damaging equipment and making it so that our residents can't use the park because it's overcrowded, which says something else, which maybe we don't have enough parks. But at the same time, if the HOA is paying for the maintenance, upkeep, maintenance, graffiti control, and liability insurance is a big part of this. We need to be able to do what we can as a city to protect those interests as private property.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. I would still stand on my statement that if it's not in there, it's not a complete and accurate description of where we are in terms of parks for our city. People who live in a neighborhood with an HOA, those kids play at their park. And if we don't take that into consideration when planning for new parks, then we're not looking at the total picture. I think it needs to be in there, and I won't vote for the motion.
Councilmember Santos, and I would agree with that, Councilmember Finley. And also, when you have kids who live in the HOA who bring their friends over, yes, you're going to have kids that play on that park. There's damages in city parks. There's damages in HOA parks. And this just seems that this is maybe just a conflict for member council.
Councilmember Wilson. Well, we had a family in historic East Side neighborhood who didn't have a big yard. Their boys loved to play baseball. They both played baseball for Skyline High School, I believe. And they bought an empty lot, and they put up a backstop, and their kids practiced baseball there. And so I guess, in our inventory, no one realized that this empty lot had actually been used as a private park. So we've already missed a bunch of stuff, and still, got a backstop and everything. And yet everybody in the neighborhood would recognize, even with that piece of equipment in that lot, that was not, that was a piece of open space and not a park. It was a private lot still. So, I think that you can point out maybe we don't even have a complete inventory list, but I also think that there is, council has the prerogative to change our mind on what we want in or not in a report, and I think that after seeing the big picture, I think that there are some very valid points. We do have the information. I think what we're really seeking is the information. We have the information. We just don't, we can choose not to publicize it even in an appendix.
Councilmember Bagley. Thank you, Mayor. I guess my question is, it sounds like Councilmember Moore's concern is just making this information public, so to speak. So isn't there a way to just include it in the report, but make this particular appendix not in the public report? Meaning that the people who make the decisions have access to the data, but that if somebody wants to take Jimmy, Tommy, Sally, Susan, and the Horde to demolish the HOA's playground equipment, that they can't find it here? Wouldn't that be a fairly... I mean, would that resolve the concerns between both sides? Mr. May, is that a problem?
We can certainly have it not published, but if the information is available, I think it's a public record.
If somebody wants to come down to the court, the city hall and say, I would like a list of all the HOA parks, I mean, they can get that now. But what I'm just saying is that if we don't include it in the published final document, but still have it available, doesn't that resolve everyone's concerns? That's just throwing it out there. Isn't that a win-win? Would that be okay?
Well, I guess we're not. I think we're beating this to death. Yeah, but can we vote? Councilmember, okay, we got a motion that's been.
I just want to make one quick comment.
A question or a comment? Okay.
I don't think this piece of information was ever taken to neighborhood group leaders, where the preponderance of neighborhoods are HOA neighborhoods. And I guess, I never thought to bring it up, and no one highlighted this for them. And I just, maybe we can vote on this and then find out that all the HOAs are fine and Jeff Moore's just crazy.
I didn't say that. Yeah. I moved that Jeff Moore is crazy.
Sorry, Jeff.
Okay, we've got a motion that's been seconded. Let's vote. Fairly interesting. Always. Okay, I guess it passes. Councilmember Bailey.
I would move that we take that document and keep it so it's available apart from the city's park and rec master plan, so that the appropriate council and staff members have access to that information. It's a public document, but that way everybody knows.
So okay, he's moved it and seconded it. All right, let's vote on that. That passes 7-0.
Mayor Coombs, I think you would still need to adopt the plan now with those revisions.
I think they accepted the plan with the revision in the first motion. Was an
That
exception?
wasn't part of the motion, but
No,
it was part of the
was it
motion.
not?
No,
No,
it's just to
okay.
remove the.
Make the motion, Dave.
Councilmember Santos?
Thank you, Mayor. I move acceptance of the Park and Rec and Trails Master Plan.
As amended.
It's been already amended.
Yeah. So let's vote on that. Okay, that passes 7-0. Okay, now, general business.
Your first item is the 2014 legislative update, and Sandy Cedars here to present that.
Mayor Coombs, members of council, Sandy Cedar, Assistant City Manager, and I'm here today to talk about a couple of legislative issues. This was originally, we had planned this for consent, but based on the council's desire to discuss House Bill 14-1297 regarding the oil and gas health study, this went on to general business for that reason. So there are three different bills that we have brought to you tonight. The first one is House Bill 14-1311 concerning credit against state income tax for those who are, it's a Jobs and Main Street Revitalization Act. Pardon me. So what this one does is essentially give some tax credits for folks that want to do historic work in downtowns, and really does create an incentive for folks. The DDA has expressed interest in supporting this bill, and anything that would help downtown is something that we would support as well. So that is the first bill for you to consider tonight.
Okay, I guess I would support that. Bill, Councilmember Edison.
Colorado Municipal League also took a support position on this bill. They've done some analyzation. It will help spur some activity in downtowns, especially with historic structures. And I know Downtown Colorado Inc. has taken a support position on this bill as well.
So a motion would be helpful.
Okay, I'll make a motion that we support House Bill 141311.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Let's vote. Okay, that passes 7-0.
Okay, Mayor and members of council, the next one is House Bill 14-1343 concerning workers' compensation coverage for post-traumatic stress disorder for peace officers. And fortunately for us tonight in the audience, not only the author of this bill, but also one of the co-authors of the next bill, House Bill 14-1297, Representative Singer, is here in the audience so that he can answer any questions that you have. For the first one concerning workers' compensation for PTSD, I want to express that the city is certainly very supportive of making sure that we are taking care of our officers that experience PTSD. The issue that the city's risk department has with this bill is the idea of presumptive eligibility. Presumptive eligibility is one that basically says that regardless of what may have caused the PTSD or any kind of injury, that the city is liable for the costs of that. And so technically you could have people that were saying, you know, all sorts of things around how they may have gotten PTSD or whatever that looks like. What it creates is a situation where the city is no longer helping the employee, but instead we get into sort of a legal argument around it. Our goal is to help folks that have PTSD, and as well as any workers' compensation injury. And so we do that currently. It's in our self-insured protocols to be able to assist with this. And so our issue really is the presumptive eligibility piece of it. Our understanding from speaking with Detective Steve Schultz and also with Representative Singer is that this piece of it may be amended out very soon. I think Representative Singer has indicated that he's going to ask for this to be amended out of the bill. And at that point, the city, you know, really anything that's going to help our officers is something that we would be interested in, certainly not going down and opposing. So with that, certainly Detective Schultz is here to answer questions. Representative Singer is here to answer questions. Right now we have asked for an opposed position, but one of the options that the City Council could take is an opposed unless amended to remove the presumptive eligibility piece. This is something that I think we've talked about a little bit today and would work for everyone if that's an option that the council would like to take. Okay. With that being said, if you have any questions for anyone in the audience, this would be the right time to ask that as well.
Well, I guess at this point, no matter which way this bill goes, it doesn't affect how we treat people, our employees, either now or going forward. We're not going to treat them any differently. We're going to do what's right for our employees that may have PTSD. So basically, this just is kind of an insurance litigation thing that shifts the power into a court and lessens our power, so that, and that's why we want to oppose it. I would definitely support this. If it's amended, I would support that. Otherwise, I would tend to agree with Harold and not support it if it's unamended. So, I think Councilmember Bagley.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. I'd like to see the presumptive issue removed as well. However, even if it wasn't removed, to be honest, I'd still support it. You know, I don't practice workers' comp law, but typically you have to prove that the injury happened during the job. And then after that, you know, you can go back and forth and fight, but that's what workers' comp is. And when I read the bill, what I was thinking of was the Boulder sheriff who committed suicide. You know, was involved in a shooting and took his life, had alcoholism, and I have no doubt that our city staff will be supportive of our officers. However, as a lawyer, I never ever look at the other side and say, just trust us. So, I mean, I'd support the bill. I'd vote to support it as is, but I would really, 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 really like to remove the presumptive element.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. I had talked to Detective Schultz earlier yesterday, but I'll give Representative Singer a chance. And then I'll give Detective Schultz a chance too. So, Representative Singer, how are you doing?
Good evening. I'm doing well, Mayor and council members. It's a pleasure to represent all of you, except for, I believe, Mayor Pro Tem Bagley, because he doesn't live in House District 11. I think you're in House District 12.
I'm going to go grab a Coke.
But it is a pleasure to be in front of all of you. So let me just tell you real quickly about what the presumptive eligibility is. I thought that we had put sufficient guardrails around this. I actually brought this to Colorado Municipal League about a month ago and showed this to them. The first question they asked is there presumptive eligibility? And I said no, and then I said yes, because there is. The reason we put presumptive eligibility is because of precedent that's actually in place. There's actually a presumptive eligibility precedent for firefighters who contract lung cancer. So it's presumed that they have lung cancer as a result of on-the-job work. They're exposed to smoke and all sorts of other crazy chemicals. The other one is hepatitis C in first responders. If you have hepatitis C and you're a first responder, it's presumed that the hepatitis C is from something that happened on the job. That doesn't mean that the employer cannot go back and argue, but the burden is shifted. And that's what we wanted to do with post-traumatic stress disorder and police officers for two big reasons. The first one is, and thank you for bringing up the situation with Boulder County, and I know our county did a lot to protect that deputy and to do the right thing for him. And at the end of the day, people's actions are their own. But law enforcement officers are more likely to die at their own hand and be shot and killed through suicide than to be shot and killed by a felon. There's a bigger danger to them, not on the streets, about what they've seen on the streets, what's going on in their head, and not being able to get the help that they need, and ultimately it ends in suicide. So while our city staff does a great job and our city law enforcement does a great job of protecting each other and of protecting us, we need to do a little bit more. But with that, I also realized that the presumptive eligibility as a political reality was something that wasn't going to be successful, and so I've asked to sit back down with the stakeholders, remove that portion, amend that portion out, and bring this bill back to committee next week with the presumptive eligibility portion removed. But the real reason that this bill even came up in the first place is because in 8-41-301, which is what talks about workers' compensation, it talks about the fact that psychological traumatic events where you can claim mental impairment is something that has to occur generally outside a worker's usual experience. Well, what's a worker's usual experience when you're a police officer? You go to car accidents, you go to shootings, you might even take another person's life. And so we want to be very clear that post-traumatic stress disorder is a qualifying condition for law enforcement when they are exposed to these traumatic elements. And so that's what the bill will now say, and we're working on the legalese behind that. But it will take out the presumptive eligibility portion of that. So with that, I stand for any questions.
I'm sure that others do. I was just going to thank you for that clarification. And I talked to Detective Schultz. So I'm assuming that I talked to you earlier, so that you were saying that you're going to be okay with the bill is still being tweaked. So, okay. So I just wanted to see that everyone is clear. You talked to Sandy, and everyone's talked to each other, and that's what I was hoping was just a little bit more communication between everybody. And I would be okay with opposing until amended, and then once amended, then support. So that's where I would be until amended. So there you go.
Okay.
Thank you, Representative Singer.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Yeah, I'm sure there are other questions.
Well, I'd just like to make a comment or an observation. I'm sure everybody's aware of this, but I went on a one-night police ride-along, and that is a really high-stress job. I mean, this one night we were in a high-speed chase. We got into a neighborhood situation where a woman was with her boyfriend, and they were fighting, and the kids were crying, and the boyfriend's or the woman's husband was there, and it was just like everybody's yelling at everybody. And the quality of our police officers to get in the middle of a situation like this with all the stress with kids and arguing and screaming. I mean, it's like high tension that you cannot believe, and just the quality of the officers that were able to get in a situation like that, separate the parties, making sure that kids were okay. I mean, I could see how stressful it is to do that job and do it well. And so I've got an appreciation, because just one night of that, I think, if I did that as my full-time job, I mean, I would have PTSD. I mean, I can guarantee it. But, so I definitely appreciate the job that our officers do, and just how well they do it and how well trained they are. And I just know that they're a valuable asset to our city, and I know what we need to do, whichever right, to support them in any way we can. Councilmember Levison.
Thank you, Mayor. And I guess, John, then, you know the mantra of cities and CML is that this is being looked at as a local control issue. And I know that we do our utmost, because we do have success in Longmont with collective bargaining, to make sure that everybody is taken care of for the fact that they perform high levels of public service and protection to all of our citizens. And I think we recognize that, as the mayor just spoke, that it's a very high-stress, high-tension job. The one thing that I didn't get, and I tried to chase down our HR director. He had not actually seen this bill, and so I was hoping that we could get some perspective from our HR department about, is there something else comparable, like for our electric line workers? I mean, obviously, an electrical line worker, if you die of a shock, you could assume that's going to be because you're an electrical line worker. But so how does this relate to what we do for HR and in general in the relation to the contract we have with FOP?
Mayor Coombs, Councilmember Levison, the reason that Bobby didn't receive this bill is because it's a workers' compensation bill, and so all of these kinds of claims would go through our risk department for workers' compensation. So HR isn't generally involved in this kind of thing, except for maybe referring folks over there.
I didn't know.
What's different about Longmont, and apparently different, I didn't really realize that it was different, but what is different about Longmont is how we interpret that section that Representative Singer was just talking about, because we do interpret that to include PTSD on and off the job. So regardless of whether it's a police officer or a line worker or whatever the situation is, we take post-traumatic stress disorder very seriously in our risk department, and it's something that we do try to get help for employees that have gone through a traumatic event and are experiencing some trauma because of it. You never know. There are so many different people that have so many different reactions to what they see every day. And so for us, we really wanted to make sure that it's a medical evaluation. And it's not the risk managers that are saying yay or nay. So we would treat all of those pieces like this. What Representative Singer is doing now, based on some of the comments that he sent me around the amendments, is to include this, just to clarify that this is part of that rule and regulation. I didn't really realize that other people weren't seeing it that way, but we do treat it that way.
Okay.
That helps.
Would there be another option for us to just simply remain neutral on the bill and then take a position once the amendments are made? I guess that's the same as, it's a little different than oppose unless amended. So I don't know whether or not what the dynamics of that would be.
That turns into a timing issue.
Okay.
And so I think, based on the conversations, the police chief and I have had conversations on this. I've obviously talked to Detective Schultz on this issue. And so we think from the standpoint of what we need in terms of guidance is actually the motion that Sandy mentioned is oppose unless amended, because that gives Sandy the flexibility then that she needs to then shift to the support role in this piece. And frankly, for us, it was a presumptive issue that was driving our position on this particular piece of legislation.
So I'd just like to, if Mr. Schultz wants to come to the podium, just give him an opportunity if he wants to add anything.
I'm good.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for Representative Singer for coming down and doing those clarifications for us. That was very helpful. And then, do you know, I haven't actually seen if CML will change their position on the bill either. And then there was some mention of how are the State Police Chiefs Association looking at the bill?
Yeah, those are all good and fair questions. We're still in negotiations with them. My guess is, in all honesty, CML will continue to oppose, as they have opposed most workers' compensation bills, and usually it's not a local control issue, but to make their argument, it's typically the argument of being an unfunded mandate. I'll just point out that the fiscal note on this has an undetermined fiscal note, and the risk manager with City of Longmont also was unable to compile really any numbers about the true and actual cost, but we have seen presumptive eligibility. This would not have presumptive eligibility with the amendments. So the police chief said that this is something that they were amenable to. In all honesty, there are other stakeholders right now that still have some concerns about this, and so that's why we're taking, originally the vote was supposed to happen this week. It's now going to be happening next week with those amendments. But it would certainly send a strong message if you did move this forward to say, we don't support it now, but if there are conforming amendments to strike out the presumptive eligibility and clarify this happens for law enforcement, that would send a strong message. Other states like Connecticut and South Carolina have done this as a result of the Newtown shootings. People have had their workers' comp denied because of the reasons that I was mentioning about the generally outside of workers' usual experience. Same thing in South Carolina. These have all been bipartisan bills. This bill is also bipartisan.
Councilman Ward. Thank you, Mayor Coombs. I guess I was also kind of taken aback by the presumptive element. That's really what my objection is. I think it's important, though, at the end of the day, that we shine a brighter light on PTSD. And I think that's really an important thing to put into perspective as far as high-stress employment like this, that we do shine that bright light on it, and that we don't assume that people are just managing this by themselves. Because I couldn't do it. Let's just put it that way. I wouldn't want to do it. So let's just make sure that, in any case, this becomes a treatable condition through workman's comp, and that's one of the things I'd like to make sure we get out of this bill.
Councilman Bailey. Thank you, Mayor Coombs. I'm going to make a motion here in a second. But the motion I'm going to make, I mean, when I say I really, really, really suggest that you remove the presumptive mandate, it's from an executive level, meaning that, unfunded mandate, all those reasons. But the reality is, if a cop has PTSD, I mean, it's not because he went home and his kid spilled juice on him. It's because something on the job is making him sick. So I have no problem with what you're saying, Representative. So but nevertheless, it sounds like there's some problems, and I want to see this go through. So I'm going to make a motion that says that I move that we instruct staff to oppose until amended, and then oppose vehemently and vigorously until what?
And then support.
Unless amended.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
So oppose.
Unless amended.
Unless amended, and then once amended, support vehemently and vigorously.
Vehemently and vigorously.
I'll second that.
We all say.
All right. Let's vote.
There's two V words, by the way. I just want to point that out.
That passes 7-0.
Mayor Coombs, members of council, I have never had the opportunity to vehemently support, so I look forward to it. Heatedly support it. So the last bill that we're here to discuss is House Bill 14-1297, concerning an analysis to determine whether oil and gas operations have an impact on human health along the Front Range. So this is sponsored by several of our representatives, Representative Foote and Representative Singer, both on this bill. And essentially what it does is it creates that study that people have been asking around. What's the study showing the health effects? This is that study that they have put forward. And so we put this in as an info item because staff doesn't have a recommended position either way. And council asked for us to bring it back for your discussion. So again, Representative Singer is here and can certainly offer some feedback if you would like.
Councilmember Finley.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. Representative Singer, I had a question because I heard something today and I wanted to see if it was true. Is it true that this bill was amended to include 2 citizens with no scientific background to be on the committee?
No. Or at least not to my knowledge. Thank you, Mayor and council members. Council Member Finley, I believe that there was and will be a motion from Representative Rhonda Fields, who is recommending that two community members who do not necessarily have a scientific background be added. That is not a motion that I supported in committee, nor is it something I would support on the bill, and neither is it something I'm authorized to say this. Representative Joanne Janelle from Fort Collins, who is the author of this bill, also does not support that. This is supposed to be a scientific study, not a political study, not a community study, not a social study, a scientific study.
Thank you. And a couple other things issues that I have with the bill is this is not an actual scientific study, it's a survey. It's a survey of other studies that have gone on. It says include a review of existing and relevant literature from from what we already have, from studies that have already taken place, and then survey individuals in the identified communities to obtain information on the health and quality of life of those surveyed. Quality of life is a relative term, so I have a little bit of trouble with that. And then in Section 2, it says identify relevant conditions of interest that existing peer-reviewed scientific literature indicate might be related. So it could not be related at all, but it will be included. And so I have some issues with that. I think we have an incredible amount of non-scientific information out there, or information that appears to be scientific that is misleading, and I don't think the taxpayers need to pay for another one. I would totally support a fully scientific study on the issue, but I don't support a survey of things that might have happened. That just seems too, it seems like another thing that we're going to have that really isn't scientific. So that bothers me.
I think that was a question, hopefully, also. I hope I can clarify some things. So I'll attack the first one, the first thing that you brought up, in terms of quality of life. Quality of life, if you're talking about physiology, or if you're talking about natural sciences, there may not necessarily be a quality of life component to it. But quality of life is a scientifically measured component. If you go to the Economist magazine, actually uses a quality of life index. There are multiple quality of life indices that are used. What this bill would do would create a scientific committee that would look at how to best define those things. The other component of this, in terms of, I understand the concern about the survey. I have a similar concern about that. This is broken down into multiple tiers. There is a requirement for a review of the relevant literature, which I think is incredibly important, because you don't want to reproduce studies that didn't produce sufficient answers. You also want to work with the studies that are producing the correct, or I don't want to say correct answers, but sufficient answers. And then last but not least, you want to then see what are the relevant steps to take. So fortunately, I only have a master's. Representative Janelle has a PhD. I asked her to come up tonight, but for some reason, 9:30 seemed a little late for her. I think we have to be back on the floor in less than 12 hours. But that being said, Tier 1 is a mail survey with online entry capability. There are of the counties that are surveyed, there will be 3,000 residents per county surveyed. Assuming a 20% response rate, which, according to the Colorado Department of Health and Public Health and Environment, it's a pretty low response rate, actually, 20% response rate. However, the minimum sample size in the response needs to be at least 600 per county, or it's not considered statistically significant. So, and it's important to talk about things in terms of statistical significance, not just because it's a hard word to pronounce, but because it is what we're talking about here. We're not looking for anecdotal evidence, we're looking for genuine statistical trends. Once that response rate, once those responses are received by that committee will then review that information. If there's information there that is significant enough to warrant further study, then Tier 2 starts. Tier 2 involves case-controlled studies on the top 2 health conditions identified in Tier 1. There will be 50 case studies and 200 controls per study. So of those 600 responses, of those health risks or health effects that were identified, 50 of those will be in those identified, 200 will be controls where they had not identified anything. There will be 2 studies with a total of 500 subjects with interviews conducted by phone only. This is obviously a multi-year, multi-tier study, and I hope I didn't even go into Tier 3 actually, which would look at a prospective cohort study, which would follow people in the community over time to see if they develop whatever diseases of interest were originally identified within Tier 1 and Tier 2. So I hope that at least answers your questions. It may not satisfy what you're looking for, but I hope I'm on the right track.
Councilmember Christensen.
Sorry, I was listening to you, Jonathan. I would vote to support this because I think that this is specific to the communities adjacent to us, to our community and adjacent to us, and it's a big issue. And I do think that the more information we have, the more intelligent choices we can make about this issue.
So, was that a motion or?
Yes.
Okay. I'll second that. Okay, we've got a motion that's been seconded. Okay, Councilman Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm still trying to figure out why we're taking a position on a survey. This is a survey. We normally don't take positions on surveys. I sent staff a laundry list of questions. This is a survey that's going to cost $630,000 over a 3-year period. Representative Singer, so 3,000 residents in each county is going to be surveyed? Is that right? All right. It doesn't specifically say that in the bill, and I'm looking at the fiscal note, and it doesn't necessarily break that down. So how does that work?
Yeah. Thank you, Councilmember Santos. My understanding is it would be 3,000 residents per county surveyed.
And how are those residents chosen?
So that would be done through a random sampling that would be approved by the committee. And Councilmember Santos, I apologize. I don't know if you received the response from Representative Janal.
Yes, I did get him. Sandy I gave me a copy, so I did get him.
Good. So,
thank you. Thank you, by the way. I'm sorry. Thank you.
You're welcome. No, we aim to serve. And so they would be surveyed, they would be surveyed by a random sample. And based on those survey responses, we may not find anything. And the truth of the matter is that's why we're depending on a committee that's chosen based on their scientific expertise with Colorado's chief medical officer working on this. Ultimately, let me just give you the thrust behind this bill, because I think that's probably the most important thing, and we're kind of caught in the weeds here, and then I'm happy to answer any detailed questions that I can. The bottom line is, and I know you asked, why is this a front range study? Why is this limited to 4 counties? The bottom line is one of the biggest areas of growth, and also one of the biggest areas of political concern for oil and gas development, is on the front range in this sort of northern corridor. And ultimately, a lot of cities and towns and counties have either passed moratoria or bans or strict regulations that lead to lawsuits, and ultimately it's based out of questions that people do not believe have had sufficient answers related to either quality of life, public health, or public safety. And so what we are trying to do with this bill is start to address those questions. So when the moratorium expires in Boulder County, or when the moratorium expires in places like Larimer County, or in Fort Collins or in Broomfield, that they'll have actionable data, and they'll be able to make an informed decision.
So, but so CU or CSU or any other higher institutions of learning aren't doing this currently, or any other scientific studies aren't, none of those institutions are doing that currently?
So
the state is going to do this.
So, and that is a fair question, and
that's $630,000 for a 3-year study.
You're right, it is, and we want to do it right. We want to spend the right amount of money to make sure that we proceed in a prudent fashion. However, I will tell you, and I have a list, and I'm happy to share this with you, of about 15 or 20 studies that have happened across the nation, including in Colorado. So far, I cannot find a single health study on the Front Range. There was a study in Erie. Actually, there were 2 studies in Erie. One study looked at 2 wells. It was done by NOAA. It's not published. It said that propane and butane levels were found 10 times higher than the levels in Los Angeles in 2011. There was a second study done in Erie, paid for by the Erie Board of Trustees, that stated air monitoring showed that VOTs, or VOCs, the volatile organic compounds in ambient air.
What worries me sometimes is that terminologies from state officials don't get done right. I mean, I would really love to have this done by higher institutions of learning. And what concerns me is that, in my emails and my questions, are residents going to waive HIPAA? No residents are going to ask to be waived HIPAA. The Department of Public Health and we're going to conduct the studies. No MDs are going to have to, MDs are only going to submit records upon request. Who's going to keep the records? Well, the Department of Health will be the custodian of the records until completion of the investigation. Then they will dispense with the records. How long are they going to keep the records? That question wasn't answered. This is a 3-year study. So after 3 years, if medical records are kept, how are they going to be disposed of?
So, those are all very fair questions, and unfortunately not all of them got asked in committee, but this bill still hasn't gotten out of committee, so these questions can still be asked. And if they aren't answered to your satisfaction today, I can go back to Representative Janal, and she's obviously put forward a willingness to have that conversation. Right. The first thing to remember is that this is really the first health front range study. We will be, in the bill it says that the Colorado Department of Higher Education will actually provide guidance and will work with that committee. Even if this study was done at CU or CSU, those would be state taxpayer dollars. Well, I guess 95% of it isn't because of the way we fund higher education. But they would involve.
Times are tough.
Times are tough. They would involve public funds. Next, on your concern, in terms of what CDPHE has to do, remember that the head of the department, Dr. Welk, is a physician. He is required to follow the HIPAA requirements, and excuse my acronym deficiency disorder, or ADD. But he's required to follow that. In addition, in the bill it says that starting with the survey process, moving all the way through, before anything actionable happens with citizens, even before the first survey is sent out, there must be an internal review board process. And I don't know how familiar people are with IRBs here, but IRBs work everything from medical science to social science. The idea is that there are there's extreme ethical scrutiny, including privacy, that's put into place. So while I don't know the exact HIPAA requirements for custodians of records, and I don't want to venture that guess, what I can say is that our Chief Medical Officer at the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment does have to abide by those. Otherwise, he puts his own profession at risk.
And his own license at risk. So, the last thing I have to say is that, studies and what you said is relates steps to take to what? What is the goal?
So the goal is, in my opinion, is to inform the Front Range area about what oil and gas development really looks like and how it affects the public health. Whether there's no effect, positive effect, negligible effect, and hopefully this will be used to identify how we can proceed policy-wise. I mean, you're seeing all sorts of frankly, at the local level right now. You're seeing people come forward and asking for bans, asking for moratoria, asking for more information. At the statewide level, you're looking now at a statewide ballot initiative, or several statewide ballot initiatives related to either taxes or bans on oil and gas development. And so because of those things, we need to make sure that we have the best information possible. And like I said, I can provide you with the studies that have taken place. Garfield,
I've read the ones from Erie because we're all very familiar with them. It just seems to me, Representative Singer, and having talked with the governor and other state representatives, it just seems like the governor's office, the legislative branch, county officials and local officials, when it comes to oil and gas, the COGCC, COGA, operators, no one's just talking to each other, and everyone's just very adversarial, and that's the problem.
I agree.
Councilmember Lawson.
I think that having some look, bringing the literature together, having a group guide this, and looking at the Front Range as a whole is a very good idea. When we're looking at what other studies that have been engaged in the universities, they're all being funded by different entities who are saying, this is what we're going to fund you to study, and this and only this. And I mean, my husband does this for a living. When he applies for a grant application to study a certain thing, his obligation is a certain set of deliverables, and that he must study this in the way they're telling him to do it, and vet the information back, whether it be in peer-reviewed journals or other publications that would be a requirement of reporting the results of his research. When you have the other parts of research being funded in that manner, you're not, whoever pays the bill gets to determine what you look at and what's reported back. And so fundamentally, because the state is paying for this and the legislators are responding to what they're hearing in their communities about what we want to know, the questions that people are asking for answers for, I think this might be the opportunity to maybe cut through a bunch of hooey and maybe get some real information. I mean, people can, we've seen this adversarial battle of the experts and throwing this report or that report, some of which are not published in peer-reviewed journals, but the other studies that are being done through EPA and other funding sources are much longer, and they're a totally different focus. So, I would like to see us support this bill. We have no idea where, do we have any idea where it's going at this point, Representative Singer?
Well, it's going to 4 counties. Yeah. I think that that's the point of this, is we want to allow this scientific oversight committee to review the relevant research. And as far as people talking to each other, I think you're right. We do need to have people increase the conversation. And I think one way to increase the conversation is to really do data-driven study. And if this soothes any concerns, in addition to one of the 4 non-voting members is someone from the Department of Higher Education. Another one would be a representative from the oil and gas industry. So they are invited to the table. They are invited to listen to the concerns, and while they cannot vote on that scientific oversight committee because they are not scientists, what they can do is they can guide that conversation and relay those concerns back to their communities. And there are multiple checkpoints at which this scientific oversight committee will report back to the legislature, the elected officials who represent the people of Colorado, to continue that conversation throughout the multiple tiers of the study.
I think one of the best examples of why you have scientists looking at this work comes from very public demonstration by physicist and Nobel Prize winner Richard Feynman when he was on the committee. Many of you may or may not remember this, but he was on the committee that was examining the integrity of the heat shields on one of the space shuttles after it was destroyed. And he basically, took the piece of material and dropped it in a glass of ice water, and the whole thing cracked. And so, but you know what? There are other parts of it, and so you could. Somebody like that, obviously, incredibly brilliant. But that simple demonstration, he wasn't even talking. Somebody else was talking, and that's what he did. Well, that was the whole encapsulation of what happened with that material when it was out there in the coldness of space, being heated and being cold. So I'm thinking that we will have some aha moment and aha information that is going to come from having some comprehensive look where the most conflict is with this industry and the intensity of the new developments in this industry.
When we were going through this whole fracking thing, CRGCC had a public meeting right here in this chambers where people could hand in written questions, and they responded. And I don't know, for some reason, I was the only person from council here. I don't know, no one else. Oh, Sarah was here. But one of the things that kept being asked was, has there been any health studies done to prove that it's safe to put, these big clusters of tanks that are outgassing 350 feet from people's homes? And their response was always, no, there hasn't been any health studies done. But they've also said, but no one's ever proved that it's unhealthy. So this is a pathway to help, in my mind, to shed some light on that. I would think I'm going to support the motion. The survey, study, whatever we want to call it. Councilmember Finley.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. And Representative Singer, I do admire your fervor in this area. You've been a strong proponent of...
Vehement. I think it's... No, that was the last one.
I do admire that, but number one, we're starting with a committee that, although they have some letters after their names, are politically appointed. They're the only ones that can vote. They're politically appointed. Number two, you're going to gather current studies. Those current studies have already been done. We've all seen them, or most of us have seen them. Number three, in Tier 2, you're surveying people with no scientific background about incidental, perhaps, things that happen to them. So it's not a scientific study. It's not done by a nonpartisan group of scientists. It's a partisan group of scientists. I would say that. It's not data-driven. It is anecdotal at best, and I can't support something that isn't scientific that costs $630,000 that will just regurgitate what we already have in studies. And isn't there already a health study being done by CU at this time that's scientifically based?
No, there's no scientific study that is looking at the same things that we're looking at right now. CU is engaging in a study, CSU is engaging in a study. No one's really, they're looking at air quality, they're looking at ground quality, they're looking at water quality. But they aren't looking at what they are doing is taking the epidemiological information and really making sure that that's incorporated. Because there's two questions. One is, how does it affect our environment? The second question is, how does this affect human health? And are there ways that we can get at asking those questions? We do epidemiological studies all the time through boards of public health.
So you don't think that measuring actual VOCs and air quality and water quality will tell you how it affects humans?
No. I don't. I think that it's an indicator, but it's not the be-all, end-all. And so that's the study that isn't here. And like I said, I've got a list of studies that I'm happy to share with you here.
We've seen all the studies, and putting them all together, which is the first part of your bill, is a fine thing, but we've all seen them. The second part is taking a survey of random people who may or may not have some sort of disease that is caused by wells, by gas wells. It could be caused by many, many other things. So I know that it will pass with this council because it is a very partisan issue. But if you ever really want to do a scientific study, I'll be your first supporter. I promise.
Councilmember Bagley. Thank you, Mayor Combs. Representative Singer. Appreciate you coming tonight. I guess I've got it. First of all, I respect and admire what you're trying to do. I've observed your short tenure, and I consider you, even though some people, my closest friends, might not like it, but I like you. I like you too. You're a good guy. You're smart. You're trying to do the best you can. That said, here am I. Yeah, you want a hug? Can I get up? I mean,
a motion to, as I say at the Capitol, a motion to hug it out is always in order.
Okay, good. Because so here's where I'm coming from. Okay, first of all, I have intimate experience with very similar 9 voting member appointed panels.
You kept your clothes on.
Yes, and I think that this issue is it's partisan, it's political, it's emotional. And I think that there are those who want it done and to support this because I think it will echo with constituents who are anti-fracking, and I think that people are going to vote against it who have constituents that are pro-oil and gas. I don't think we should support this. I think we should be neutral, and here's why. Okay. Here's why. First of all, I think the task force aspect of it, I don't think it's going to get anywhere. I think that it's the same. It's basically going to be very similar to the governor's oil and gas task force, and I needed to apply for PTSD after that.
Well, you're not going to be on this one, so it won't be that.
Yeah, that's true. Yes, I would hope not, because I'm going to call it a joke, and then they're all going to hate me again. It's not going to be good. Yeah. Not yet. You never know. But the problem is, I think that I'm making an assumption here. But when you read all the literature, and when you read what the oil and gas industry says, if you had a bell curve, you've got a few people out here who say fracking nowhere, and then you have a small, part over here on the other side of the bell curve that says fracking anywhere. But most common sense people say fracking is a safe technology so long as it's done properly. The problem is we're human, and it's not always done properly. So we need natural gas, we need petroleum products, so just do it away from people. I think that this, if we do this, I think we're going to still be back where we are. And I know that you're a representative of the state, so forgive me, I always feel bad when people talk to me like counsel, and I'm like, but I'm on your side. I know you're on my side on this, Representative Singer. But I think that this is too little too late, meaning that there's a scene in Top Gun when he's like, I'll be there in 20 minutes, we'll have this catapult fixed in 20 minutes. And he says, no, this will be over in 5 minutes. Or maybe it was even 2 minutes. The way I look at this issue is it's too late to do something at the state level. Meaning Longmont especially stepped forward, and we've got 2 lawsuits ongoing, and it's kind of like we're going to have answers before 3 years. And so I would be hesitant to vote for this because my personal belief is that the surface restrictions on fracking in residential areas are rock solid, and it's our call locally if we're going to use our zoning powers for that. And so regardless of what the study says, survey, scientific or otherwise, I think that local leaders, we're going to come out on top. And so I would be concerned that by voting for this, we're taking a step back when it's kind of like we shot like quickly down under, you shoot the rifle and you wait a few seconds and then it hits. The bullet's been fired. We're ground zero on this. And so I don't want to send the message that we're against this because I think keeping the heat on the industry is a very good thing. But I don't want to send a vote that we're for it because at the same time, I don't want to even pretend that 3 years from now, that's going to somehow impact what I already believe to be true, which is we should not have heavy industry, including fracking activities, going on in our residential neighborhoods around people. And so even if they come back and they say it's going to kill everybody or it's completely safe, I don't think either side of the aisle is ever going to believe anything. And so call me a wimp, lukewarm, but that's kind of where I think I would prefer. Because that way we're not hurting you and we're not harming us, and we just kind of say, go get them, Representative Singer. Anyway, those are my thoughts.
Councilmember Levinson.
I want to give Councilmember Moore a chance to jump in if you haven't done your button yet, have you? Would you like to jump in?
Go ahead.
Thank you, sir. I'm just trying to be polite. Staying neutral is basically saying we're wishy-washy. And I don't ever consider Councilmember Bagley wishy-washy. You're not. But I think that a neutral position means we're wishy-washy. And a support position means, we may find out other things that are unexpected. And so either we say, okay, we're going to take a chance and find out some additional information. And I know, they could have started this 2 years ago, but there wasn't the amount of public outcry and perceptions going on and public opinion around perceptions of the industry and what was considered public health risks and what environmental risks. We were only at the beginning of learning that. So this bill would not have even been, conceived of where we were in our learning and the development. Frankly, 2-3 years ago, we didn't really have a fracking ban. That wasn't even conceived of yet. So I think we should support this bill. If we go neutral, I think that we're wishy-washy, and frankly, we're not really a wishy-washy community on this particular issue. And I'm always going to err on the side of it's good to get more information, and we may be surprised. So I would advocate that, we say we'll support this bill.
Councilman, thank you, Mayor Coombs. So what are we going to do as a result of all of this study? Are we going to make changes to public policy about oil and gas development, or what's the intended result of having this study done?
No, I think that's an incredibly important question, Councilmember Moore. I think that it depends on what kind of person you are, and it depends on what kind of elected leader you are. Do you decide to make actionable? Do you believe in actionable evidence and look at peer-reviewed studies and case-controlled studies like this? Do you only listen to one constituency or another constituency? And how do you make your decisions as an elected official? as an elected official, I like to believe that I take in information from all sides and then really try to do the best to look at peer-reviewed studies when I can on issues that don't have to do, on issues that aren't social issues but are scientific issues. This is a health issue, it's a scientific issue. Unfortunately, it is now a political issue. And so my hope is that the state can use this information, but also local governments can use this information, and individual citizens can use this information. And so that's my hope, and the intended purpose of this is to then go back and look at this. If the study was done incorrectly or improperly, the good news is that there are multiple checkpoints where this board of commissioners or board of scientific oversight committee needs to come back to the legislature and present where they are and what they're doing. And your comments are well taken. I think I will go back and come to committee and actually introduce some amendments to at least, if we can't make it nonpartisan, make sure it's bipartisan and make sure it's equally represented, that there's equal representation of Democrats and Republicans on there. Ultimately, we all come in with our own biases, and that's why we have scientific oversight committees. Hopefully, this takes a little hot air out of the balloon. And I'm glad you have someone who uses movie analogies like Mayor Pro Tem Bagley here. I mean, we are in the danger zone. And so the question is, how do we get out of that danger zone? And I believe that using a peer-reviewed study and doing something that hasn't been done on the Front Range before is one step and one start.
Okay, we've got a motion. It's been seconded.
What was the motion?
To support. Oh, I'm sorry.
I have just one more question.
Excuse me.
So, can you give us an example of another epidemiological
study
that had an aha moment where there was a policy change at any level?
Silent Spring, Rachel Carson. Changed, spurred a whole environmental movement. That's probably the biggest one out there. The fact is that the studies that are out there are either too small in scope or not geographically pertinent to Colorado and to the Front Range, and that's why we need to do this. But that was certainly one scientific study. I think Councilmember Levison brought up Dr. Feynman and his studies that really changed the tenor of a debate that was politically charged about NASA and the future of NASA and where things are going with that. So it happens all the time. Doesn't happen every time.
Okay, let's vote. Okay, that passes. Where's? Oh, it's a 5-2 with Councilmember Santos and Finley dissenting. Okay, I guess it's time now for. Thank you. Cool. You have to get up in about 10 hours.
Doesn't count as getting up if you don't go to bed.
Yeah, we all do. Okay, now it's time for any other general business. If not, then it's time for final call. Public invited to be heard. Is there anybody from the public that would like to speak at this time? Seeing no one, I'll close final call. Public invited to be heard. So now it's time for mayor and council comments. Councilmember Finley.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. I had a grandbaby today, so today's a good day. Philip James Finley. It is Philip James Finley. He'll be baby PJ.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I'm excited about that, and just thought I'd mention it. Yeah, I also wanted to mention a business of the week. Apparently, Mountain States Children's Home has a thrift store at 233 Main Street, and thrift stores are fun to go to, and you should stop by there and support the Mountain States Children's Home.
Councilmember Levison.
Thank you, Mayor. As always, I want to express my appreciation to fellow council members for civil and engaging debate. Intellectual vitamins on a Tuesday evening. I also would like in a future council meeting, maybe a study session, the mowing standards were part of our information packet. Could we get a presentation on that? Because we know when the grass is already growing in my backyard, but the grass is probably vigorously growing other places in town too, and just to make sure that we have that information out in the public. And then we've already had one member of the public come and talk about mosquito control. I think having mosquito control, and especially informing those people who came to council last summer when we started spraying, that said that they did not receive any of the information in any of the ways we tried to contact people. It really, no matter how you try, if your communication fails because it's not received, it's not really communication. So I want to make sure that we start addressing those concerns around mosquito control, abatement, or killing those buggers before they get to adult stage out there, and we engage the public with that conversation.
That is coming back. We received the survey results, and they're actually doing the data analysis now, and so they're still working on putting that information together. So it is coming back, and we will put the other one on there too.
Yeah, let me. Didn't Kim Sugar give a presentation on the mowing standards? That was. Can't we just put that on our city website? That these are our mowing standards.
She did. I know that they're also still looking at some of those issues too. They met out last week.
Okay.
At one of the sites going through it, and so let me talk to Dale on that issue and get updated on that piece.
Councilmember Christensen.
Two things. Last week, I lost my debit card. I thought I lost it while wrestling tacos off the shelf in King Soopers, but apparently I lost it in the parking lot. And I thought that it was gone for good, and when I got home, there was a phone call from King Soopers telling me that somebody had turned it in. So that kind of kindness and honesty is what we love about Longmont, and whoever did that, I greatly appreciate it. Thank you for making my life less miserable. Secondly, my son and I volunteered to clean up on Saturday from the parks, and that's a wonderful program. I'd urge anybody to do that. If you do, take a long stick so you can fish stuff out of there. I think perhaps there are way too many people drinking peppermint schnapps under the bridge, and I would like to remind people that if you're going to be drinking peppermint schnapps under the bridge, you could at least throw the thing in the waste can instead of heaving it back into the ditch. So that's all I have to say tonight.
Councilmember Bagley.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. Just briefly, I've talked to a couple of people on council, and if I haven't talked to everybody, I'm sorry. But I found something out last week. Yes, and I didn't know that Longmont actually has a Medal of Honor recipient by the name of Donald Puckett. And back in World War II, at the age of 28, so 2 weeks before his death, apparently this guy, if you read the newspaper article, I Googled him a little bit, but 2 weeks before his death, apparently he was he was a pilot, lieutenant in the Army, and was flying, and apparently he had to get cover for his aircraft that didn't have shielding or armor or whatever, so he got below another aircraft and was able to fly so close that the machine gun turret in the plane above him, the bullet casings were actually shattering his windshield. And so it describes him as this burly, lovable guy. And then 2 weeks later, it turns out that they're on a bombing run somewhere in Romania, drop the bombs, and successful mission, take anti-aircraft fire, planes going down. 3 of them get out, beg him to jump out with them, but apparently there's a corpse. Somebody died immediately, and then 3 others were either injured or in shock and couldn't jump. And so he tried to land the plane and actually wound up dying with his men. And so I learned this because of one of my staff members was like, hey, did you know that this guy actually was from Longmont? And so for several reasons, I think it would be appropriate to begin thinking about how as a city, A, we can honor this man, B, it's also good press for the city that one of these few heroes actually came from Longmont, was born here, and his short life was actually lived here. And I think we should think about doing something significant, not necessarily just a token plaque somewhere, but I think it'd be kind of cool to think about naming a street after him, busting City Hall. Yeah, I mean, so I think it'd be cool. So I'm going to be thinking about it and making a motion at some point. So just wanted to toss it out there.
I think that's
We're
great.
not a motion tonight, but let's think of something
Okay.
cool.
See,
okay, cool.
Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. I just want to remind everybody, the Library Festival goes on through the rest of the week. If you get a chance, I don't remember exactly what, but I think there's spend an evening with a poet, and there's a writing workshop, and there's stuff for the kids to do. So if you get a chance, I would strongly endorse that activity. And it started last Sunday, so it'll run through the weekend. So everybody get out and support the library.
Okay. I guess I'll jump in here. Having these awards tonight for these contractors kind of reminded me of just what a valuable asset Dale Radmaker was during the flood, because his institutional knowledge, the relationships he had, he knew all the landowners we needed to call when we needed to make cuts to their land, the relationships he had with the contractors. It's those types of employees with that institutional knowledge that really helped us in the flood situation. So I really did appreciate his input and his leadership, during the flood. And it's all about relationships, and that's what makes this community such a great community. And he's established those long-term relationships with, the farm owners and the contractors and whatnot. So I just wanted to give a shout out for a great employee to the city. Councilmember Finley.
I just had one thing. I thought of it. I've been thinking about this hard.
Good.
I think what we ought to do is name the pavilion at Roosevelt Park for him, a Puckett Pavilion.
That's not a bad idea.
See? I'm saying the Puckett Pavilion. It'd be great. It's huge. It's big. It'd be cool.
Yeah. Councilmember Levison.
We also had one of the remaining, and there were very few of them left, Navajo code talkers who had lived in Longmont, and I know that one of our local veterans organizations had somehow located him, and he was living in a trailer that was beyond condemned condition, and they were able to purchase a new trailer for him and his wife, and he passed away a couple of years ago. But I know that we've had some honoring of him, and maybe we should work with our veterans organizations to see if they maybe could do something honorary for the Medal of Honor winner at our next Veterans Parade this fall. And maybe work with them to see how they would be the ones who know appropriately how to honor a Medal of Honor winner. And we may have others. We may not know of others who...
Search the registry.
Oh, you did search the registry. That's fun, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Okay, City Manager, any comments?
No comments, Mayor, Council.
City Attorney, any comments?
No comments, Mayor.
Okay, this meeting is adjourned.